till everyone comes in.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get going. We are in the second session of the tiered Millennium Dawn game as China. We're continuing where we left last week, and we're starting with a UN meeting.
Perfect.
So,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another session. Thanks for everyone for attending here. We're for another United Nations General Assembly meeting. But before I start, I wanted to ask the United Nations Security Council if they could deliberate the possible entrance of Taiwan to the United Nations. So I'd ask if the UNSC is all right to go to their channels and vote on the entrance of Taiwan before we can start the resolutions and the speech.
Oh, good to see all of you here, gentlemen.
greetings.
Greetings.
I think we're just waiting on the Americans.
As usual.
Well, as usual, yes.
Well, I mean, if we don't get a quorum, I guess we can vote without them.
That is a possibility.
We'll give it like 30 seconds.
There's the Honorable President.
Mr. Bush, welcome. Nice of you to join us.
Sorry, I was making sure my tour of the US states was all organized. Sorry for being late.
Of course. Campaigning always taking precedent over the Security Council. A very American move. I believe we have a quorum met then, right?
Yes.
Start the voting then. China votes yes.
America, this is on Taiwan. If this is on Taiwan, yes. America also votes yes.
Russia votes yes.
UK votes yes.
Wonderful. Let's head back in. The United Nations Security Council has voted to include Taiwan in the United Nations General Assembly.
Okay, thank you very much. With the recommendation of the United
What's up,
Nations
Monkey?
Security
What's up,
Council,
Junior? How's it going, guys?
I will start the voting of the
I look young.
process of voting of Taiwan's entrance to the United Nations. Now, let me just remind everyone, this is a 2/3 vote. If you not manage to reach it, Taiwan will not enter. Let me just open my scoreboard here.
We're currently voting on including Taiwan into the United Nations, which we
Yes,
actually
gentlemen,
proposed
I
because
will
we
be
won't want two
calling
China
nation by
policy.
nation, and your answer is yes, no, or abstain. I'll be starting with the random number here. I'll start with Saudi Arabia.
I really would like to abstain.
Thank you very much. Oops, right, that's Nano. The United Kingdom.
Saying yes.
Thank you very much. Australia.
All right, mate. We voting, yeah?
Thank you very much. That's Canada.
We are in favor.
Thank you very much. The United States. United States, please can present your vote.
The United States of America, of course, votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sudan.
We vote to abstain.
Thank you very much. Turkey.
The Republic of Turkey votes in favor.
Thank you very much. Ukraine.
This resolution is specifically the allowance of Taiwan into the UN again.
Yes, it is.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Peaceful China, yeah.
Russia.
Spasiba. The Russian Federation votes yes.
Thank you very much. Bangladesh. I think Bangladesh is going to be AFK. We will go with. I'm sorry, I don't know what's your nation. Jay, could you please say your nation?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm France. My bad.
France, sorry. France
The France government approves.
and China.
The People's Republic of China, of course, vote yes.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, let me just calculate the 2/3 right now presence here. Should I announce the result?
Germany can also vote.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry about that. Germany votes yes. Ladies and gentlemen, reaching the 2/3 votes, and with 10 yes and 2 abstentions, Taiwan is allowed to enter the United Nations and will enter the United Nations as adopted of the new resolution. Taiwan is now officially a member of the United Nations. Thank you very much. I just have to ask a question now. I would like to ask Taiwan if they'd like to call Taiwan or the Republic of China to avoid any confusion.
We're currently with the Republic of China as our official name.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the Republic of China, we're the People's Republic of China. You look kind of tired today? Yeah, I am. It's been a busy couple days.
We are going with the resolutions.
I'm always tired, Viking. Sometimes I just don't look as tired.
To me. I will just copy here and I'll present it to you in just a moment. To make this easier, so you guys don't have to remember, I will post it at We'll post it at the news section just so you can all see and read. I'd ask everyone to go to the news section of news channel of the roleplay, and you could all read the resolution. So then I will allow about 2 minutes of reading and thoughts until the vote starts.
We just voted on it. Oh, Australia has a resolution. Australia resolution is Russian forces will be pulled out of Australian territorial waters. Russia will be sanctioned by the United Nations for violating Australia's territorial waters and violating the United States Convention on Law of Sea that was adopted in 1982. And Russia will sign a non-aggression pact with Australia. We're very closely aligned with the Russians. In terms of getting, if these were separated into separate resolutions, we could vote for these, but they tied this resolution in with sanctions on Russia, which we can't agree to as an ally. So we're going to have to vote no on this.
Sanctions? Is that what I heard?
If it was just pulling out of territorial waters and a non-aggression pact, we would vote for that, but they want to sanction Russia, which we can't agree to, so.
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
That's high-pace suppressor. Sure. Sure.
Alright, I will start with the Australian resolution, which is the original resolution. If that does not pass, we will vote for the Ukrainian amendment. Again, how it works, I will call each nation over here and you'll say yes, no, or abstain. For the Australian resolution, Saudi Arabia.
Sorry, we'll vote in favor.
Thank you very
That's
much.
a gold.
That's right. United Kingdom.
We vote yes.
Thank you very much. Australia.
Oh, mate, since it's our resolution, we're voting yeah.
Thank you very much. Republic of China.
We abstain.
Thank you very much. Canada.
This is for president and up. This is a tiered game, yeah. If you play more games gold, you can get it and then play in this, but
United
yeah.
States.
It's for the high tier players.
The United States of America abstains from this resolution.
Thank you very much. Sudan.
We oppose.
Opposed. Thank you very much. Turkey.
The Republic of Turkey considers this as unnecessary since Russia already leaves the waters
No
of
speeches.
Australia. So we say no to it.
Thank you very much. Russia. Oh, sorry, I skipped Ukraine. Russia first and then Ukraine.
We obviously vote no.
Thank you very much.
Ukraine
Ukraine.
votes no.
Thank you very much. France.
Well, French government abstains.
Very much. And last but not least, People's Republic of China.
The People's Republic of China vote against this resolution. It's not going to pass.
And Germany will abstain from the vote. With that, we did not manage to reach a 2/3 vote. It was 4 yes, 5 no's. And if I missed any vote, or if my vote is wrong, please correct me. But this is where we stand right now. And with that, resolution is not passed. We will go for the Ukrainian amendment, if I'm correct. Before I start the vote, would anyone like to speak about the result? If not,
You
we
should
will go
probably put that amendment somewhere so we can all know what we're voting on. Just heads up to once.
Yes, thank you very much. Just here real quick. While I will post the amendment, would anyone like to speak? Australia, the UN acknowledges the delegates of Australia.
Let it be known that the Australian people are going to remember this egregious vote. Since you all have not wanted to uphold the United Nations Convention of the Law in the Sea, the United People of Australia, we're going to be pulling out of most of the international treaties then, if you guys wish to no longer enforce the United Convention of the Law in the Sea.
Right, is that it? Right, thank you very much. The United Nations recognizes the delegates of Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We have concrete reason to believe that Australia is seeking nuclear weapons. Russia will not tolerate this blatant violation of international treaties. Therefore, we again submit a resolution. We demand that Australia immediately admit independent observers and neither prevent nor in any way influence the investigations. Furthermore, we reject any kind of warmongering measures of which we are accused of. Russia has withdrawn its fleet from international waters as a sign of de-escalation and willingness to negotiate. We urge the international community to immediately endorse this resolution to nip the nuclearization of Australia in the bud. We further condemn the escalating steps taken by Canada and the United Kingdom. Remember that history has dealt harshly with countries that wanted to wage war against Russia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. With no speeches left, I will only let only one country speech, one country talk.
It's not President up. It's explicitly Prime Minister and Gold.
The amendment, just making sure everything's right.
We're all rolling out a new ranking system this week too, so keep your eye out for that. So after this, it'll be Lords and up. Amendment of this resolution is to separate sanctions as a separate resolution from the previous resolution. So, okay, good. That means there'll be a resolution for pulling out territorial waters and setting a non-aggression pact, and one for sanctions, which is good.
Again, as Ukraine said, the sanctions will be separate, and we will vote first for the demands, and then the sanctions in a separate vote. Ukraine, let me just confirm, is that what you wanted, right? Is this the amendment you presented to us?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Alright, with no one to speak, I will start the vote of the separate resolution. We will start with the demands of the United Nations. I will go country by country.
Clarify what that is, twins.
I'm sorry?
Clarify the exact resolution whenever you're voting on something, explicitly term by term. That's always done.
Okay. Well, first, the amendment that Ukraine has proposed is, first we will demand the Russian Federation with the current demands that I've posted here on the channel, which will be Russian forces will be put out of Australian territorial waters, and Russia will sign a non-aggression pact with Australia.
We'll vote neutral on that one, and we'll vote against sanctions, is what we'll do here. China doesn't ever take a strong stance on these sort of things. We always tend to stay very out of it. What's up, Tajit?
The separate vote will be about the sanctions. Russia will be sanctioned by the United Nations.
Main
for
battle
violating
tanks are really
Australian
good.
territorial waters and
IFVs are
violating
good.
the
After
United
the
Nations
update in
Convention
1.7,
law of the sea
tanks
that
will be
was
very
adopted
good
in
because of the
1982.
designer, though. What's up, Turk?
That would be the amendment of the resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I will call nation by nation. If you still do not understand the amendment, I can repeat. If not, let's proceed with the votes. Again, Saudi Arabia for the resolution.
Abstain.
Thank you very much. Let me just. United Kingdom.
Vote yes.
Thank you very much. Again, let me just remind everyone, these are only demands, no sanctions yet. Australia.
Since we didn't have time to make a speech, I'm gonna make a speech during this vote real quickly. Let it be known that the person that
I'm gonna butt in here really quickly. The UN is a very formal institution. If you ignored its rules and started speaking, you would be escorted out of the building. So let me clarify that.
Thank you.
let it be known that I was ignored when I asked to speak, when they asked if anyone wanted to speak.
I gave you time to speak.
No, you asked again. About
Jarl,
this
if you
resolution, and I
argue with
wanted
the GC, my man, you're gonna get thrown out of this game. So that's your call.
No, I wanted a clarification on the resolution. I never even got the clarification.
Well, I think I've made it, I asked everyone.
So
if
it's
you need
removing
any clarification.
sanctions.
Yeah, we have removed
No other
sanctions.
punishment.
No.
Then yeah, we vote yeah.
Thank you very much. Canada.
We vote in favor of the resolution.
Thank you very much. Republic of China.
We vote in favor for the amendment.
Thank you very much. The United States.
The United States will vote in favor of the amendment.
Thank you very much. Turkey.
Turkey votes against.
Against. Thank you very much, Turkey. Russia.
The Russian Federation votes against.
Thank you very much. Ukraine.
You skipped Sudan, and I
My
vote for.
apologies. 4. Thank you very much. Sudan.
Sudan abstains.
Thank you very much. France.
The French Republic votes no.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, oh sorry, Bangladesh. There's here.
Bangladesh abstains.
Thank you very much. People's Republic of China.
We will abstain.
Right. Just see the results. Well, with that, we have not been able to achieve the 2/3 of the vote, making this 6 yes, 3 no's, and 4 abstentions. With that, the resolution is not passed, and we will not be able to vote for. Actually, we will be able to vote for sanctions as it's a separate one. We will be voting for sanctions of Russia as per the amendment. As I explained on the amendment, I'll explain the sanctions once more. Again, the sanctions will be Russia will be sanctioned by the United Nations for violating Australia's territorial waters and violating the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea that was adopted in 1982. These are the sanctions we will be voting for. Gentlemen, I will call for country by country, and we will start voting. Just reset over here. Saudi Arabia.
We will abstain.
Thank you very much. United Kingdom.
We'll vote yes.
Interesting.
Australia.
We vote yes, but can I ask a question real quickly about that last vote?
Could you ask later? Thank you very much. Canada.
We vote yes.
Thank you very much. Oops, right? The Republic of China.
We abstain.
Thank you very much. United States.
The United States votes yes.
Thank you very much. Turkey.
Turkey votes no. Against it.
Thank you very much. Russian Federation. Or sorry, Russia.
The Russian Federation votes no.
Thank you very much. Ukraine.
You again skip Sudan, and I vote no for sanctions.
I know I skipped Sudan. Thank you very much. Ukraine. Sudan.
We vote no.
Thank you very much. France.
We are opposed.
Thank you very much. Bangladesh.
Bangladesh abstains.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, People's Republic of China.
We will vote no.
Thank you very much. All right, with unfortunately not being able to reach the 2/3 of vote, with 3 yes and 6 no, 3 abstentions. With that, I will finish the United Nations. I will open the General Assembly just for speech now. There will be no resolutions. I will let any country who'd like to speak, please message me in DMs or raise your hand. Again, I would like the speeches to be really, really short, please. The nations acknowledges delegates of Australia.
Let it be reminded to the United Nations who was the aggressor in this entire situation. It was the Russian president and his forces. At no time did the United Nations uphold the international law of the sea, and never once punished Russia for violating our territorial waters as established under the international law
That
of
is
the
true.
sea.
It was
Furthermore,
completely
that
ignored.
last vote had 6 votes of yay and 3 votes of no, with a bunch of abstains. Abstains do not count towards a vote as a whole, and because there was only 9 votes that were either yay or nay, it should have passed with 6 to 3. That was 2/3 of 9 votes, and it should have been passed. I would like to see the General Secretary correct himself.
We'll analyze that at a later time. Thank you very much. Again, I would like to speech really, really short. The United Nations acknowledges delegates of France. Keep it short, please.
Bonjour. We would like to invite all nations present to the first Paris Climate Accord. This will be used to teach all nations about the damaging effects of climate change and how we can combat it for the future. Thank you.
We have said that we're going to try and get energy independent, so we will actually maybe be a little involved in that.
Unfortunately, this meeting has been going for too long, so I will be ending the General Assembly meeting now. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending. Now, have a safe trip back to your capital, and thank you very much.
All right, we're going to get going here. So China, historically, has been very involved with climate talks because it's, a prestige thing. They want to look like they're not, they're involved with international diplomacy, they're involved in decision making, and that they are trying to improve things. In reality, China only does like the bare necessity to basically look not bad while prioritizing their industry. So we'll attend the Paris Accords, but to us, we'll promise like what we need to, but we're only going to make the changes necessary to look good while allowing our industry to be built up. We're not going to allow ourselves to not grow at a very quick rate just to solve climate issues, which to us in 2003 won't be a very big issue, especially considering the United States and the West managed to fully industrialize themselves with having no limits upon themselves. To us, it would be very unfair, and it is unfair. So we'll only do the bare necessities. Beyond that, we're going to do whatever we want in order to become the industrial power we were always meant to be. Think of a full chaos, e.g. Go nuclear, try to have major nuclear energy. That is an option. So we can go for renewable energies. We can go for sun, nuclear, or cheap coal. So, and then if we go down the nuclear route, we can actually get fusion power plants later on in the game. So we will probably go nuclear. We could discuss that at the Paris Accords, which, when is that happening?
Hey,
I do not think that this meeting is about.
No,
a
no,
vote
this
in the
was
UN.
simply a question to him, one-on-one.
Greetings.
This has not started yet.
I believe this is the Paris Accords. I am an ambassador from Beijing.
Of course. Welcome to Paris. I believe that we can get the meeting started, and any late nations that wish to join can arrive in Paris on their own accord. I think that we should first discuss that the global temperature has risen a 0.53, I believe, is the correct number of a degree in Celsius. This is not a regional increase, it is a global increase. It is affecting the entire globe. It is bound to get out of control if we do not tackle this issue early on. I would ask that all nations present here are willing to work towards obtaining clean and energy efficient sources of power. France is more than willing to export our technologies of nuclear energy to the globe and the global community, and to teach your nation of how to utilize this energy if you are interested.
The PRC has something they'd like to say.
Of course.
We would like to ask explicitly how exactly this will be handled, given that the West has allowed themselves to be entirely industrialized and taken well from the rest of the world. I assume that these demands will not be set across the board, so developing countries that have been taken advantage of, such as China and other post-colonial nations, will not have the same standards expected as the Western powers that fully benefit from the industrialization that they now have, when they did not have to deal with such things.
That could be discussed further down the road.
That is going to be a very big concern that China will not wish to proceed with anything until that issue is discussed.
I understand that there are developing nations and there are developing regions in the world, and that people do have to burn fossil fuels, and this would not be an outright ban on fossil fuel burning. This would just be a dedication of all nations present to cut back on our carbon emissions.
I hope it will be considered that those expectations should be higher for Western countries that not only expend more fossil fuels, such as the United States, but countries that have benefited without any restrictions of climate issues upon them, such as Europe and the United States.
Of course, the United States is one of the biggest culprits of this.
Indeed.
The United States would like to also offer that the US is willing to invest in developing nations and help them achieve a better environmental outlook. I believe that we all should help in our own collective ways to combat climate change. US will be willing to announce policies that will help reflect and help combat carbon emissions in America. But of course, this will have to be done slowly, as US still has to reshuffle and reform.
Forgive me here, but if I'm not mistaken, it's not the United States that makes up well over the majority of all fossil fuel emissions on the planet?
Yes, we will.
So perhaps before you start discussing other countries, you should look inward and look after your own house, which affects the rest of the planet.
Regarding these statistics, as I have them in front of me currently, per capita, the United States is ahead of most, but that is regarding the abhorrent use of electricity and commodities that a Western country can afford. But I believe that per capita is something we should also look at, as being almost 25% of the world's population, that China should be taking a very strong stance on climate change.
Given that the United States has, I think, around a fifth of our population and makes up 25% of global emissions, while China includes the vast majority of the world's population, I mean, well over 1 billion, and make up far lower than that, I believe, around our numbers around 15%. Frankly, we will do what we can, but we are industrializing, and we are trying to improve the quality of life of our people. Western countries have already done that for their citizens. Not well, but they've done it, and we have the right to improve the quality of lives of our people if the West has already done so. We will look after our own house, but I would like to remind everyone gathered here that it is very unfair to expect countries like China and other developing countries, which have been taken advantage of, to meet the same standards of the West and the prosperity that they now get to sit upon.
Of course.
I believe this would best be settled with the statement of we should work towards balancing the accommodations of all people, regardless of regionality or ethnicity, instead of having a disproportionately poor Asia and a disproportionately rich and gregarious West.
China rejects the notion that we cannot include here quality of life and economic factors in such a discussion.
Yes, I believe that the Chinese are more than capable of reducing the carbon emissions, just like all nations present. However, I do believe that there should be an exception for nations that are still developing. Of course, Western nations are more wealthy, and we have the opportunities to branch off into these new alternate energies, whereas nations like Sudan do not. So it would be the Western world's duty to help fund these poorer nations in order to help them transition to cleaner energy.
Regarding this, what does the climate accord take on energy producers such as myself or Russia, as we provide a disproportional amount of the world's food, as well as oil, coal, and gas?
What is your GDP per capita?
Right now it is 22,457 after the decimal.
Russia's is 23,000.
I would propose that nations that have a GDP per capita of less than less than 30,000 are going to be accepted to have an exception of needing more time to be able to develop into green energy solutions. Nations that have a higher GDP should be expected to work towards greener energy regardless of your infrastructure.
Will this climate accord also take into consideration the use of CFS and the deterioration of the ozone layer?
Yes. There is a hole over the United States, I believe, that was found in the 80s or 70s. I do not really remember. But it is quite an issue. The ozone layer, as we all know, protects us from the damaging radiation of the sun. And if that were to go away, we would all die, and all life on the planet would perish and cease to exist. Now, we have ways of combating this, such as making it illegal to use certain aerosols in refrigerators and other household cooling commodities, as this is a leading factor of causing a hole in our ozone layer.
US has already banned such use of US when discovering that ozone layer. We banned that. I believe most of the world has those aerosols and that specific type of chemical that was used to be used in refrigerators. I believe the US has.
Do we have explicit numbers on which countries are not currently banning them?
I'm looking it up.
China would absolutely like to suggest that be a universal ban, and any country unwilling to follow it should face serious economic and political repercussions.
Agreed.
Yes. I believe it should be that these chemicals be unanimously banned. They are. And yes, US understands we are the biggest users of fossil fuels. We will be making legislation to try.
Okay, so in 1987, there was a worldwide ban appeared by most of the West, which prevented 2.5 Celsius increase of this by 2000. Currently, there are only 6 nations in the world that have not signed this agreement, being North Korea, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ecuador, and Guinea.
US will, Guinea as, yes, we can probably get Guinea to sign it. We'll have to talk to Sudan and see about getting them signed. But on the note of the fossil fuels, US will be initializing a policy to put pressure on car companies and other fossil users to research and develop more fuel efficient ways of making cars.
Yeah, I understand that in America your powers are very limited as a political institution, but perhaps pressure is not enough given the severity of this circumstance. I understand you like to give your corporations almost unlimited capacity to ravage your country, but the rest of the world is at stake here, not just your own citizens.
That is being changed with terror strikes that have been happening. US is undergoing a radical change of policies. So US, as the president has stated, he will use his presidential decrees to, if the companies do not wish to toe the line, they will be forced to toe the line.
Hami, regarding information, China ended their CFC use in 2007. So you're still a major producer of ozone?
We have been cutting down on those chemicals. A lot of it is due to private enterprise, primarily American corporations among others. But we will crack down upon that and have those completely gotten rid of before the year's ends. I promise you that.
We would also suggest, since you did bring up foreign companies, that nations begin to restrict foreign companies from violating global law and natural law and destroying natural habitats, especially American companies going to China and destroying forests and dumping chemicals into water supplies. This should be combated by all governments around the world, I believe, to prevent further pollution of our world. And
yes, there will be an investigation by the US into these companies. If they are found out doing such things, they will be punished as if they did it in US.
We would ask for recompense be given to the Chinese government as well if they cause specific damages to China.
Yes.
Russia will support this as the climate change affects Russia and specifically the Siberian region. We do not seek to destroy the wildlife there and our rich forest-rich regions there. And we would urge America to really try and launch investigations into that.
Yes, but most of those companies, I believe, that do business in China also have to answer to the Chinese government.
I understand this, but America still has the largest carbon
I
emission,
think it's really easy just to claim that since a corporation's operating in another country, it's not your problem. Mr. Bush, they are your responsibility first and foremost. Just because they are operating in China and we're happy to be a place for industry throughout the world does not mean you just get to put that burden onto the Chinese government. Beijing rejects that notion utterly.
That is fine, but like I said, the US will launch a federal investigation anyway.
Well, the first step that France would like to propose is a global tree planting initiative. Very simple, very effective to combat climate change.
Oh goodness!
If we were to plant relatively, what?
Italy has reports that it has separated.
Oh,
this is a very important EU thing, especially considering it's a Mussolini impersonator.
It's two separate countries, but they share the same president?
Leader? What?
Like, actually the same president. It's not two different ones either. It's the actual same person.
Weird.
The Padania, which they call themselves, is a right-wing government.
And sorry, I thought that should have been brought to note, as this could affect the climate in the EU. Regarding the other thing is, as a majority of us here are major food producers, I believe that we should move away from monocropping and these so-called cash crop goods that we have come to rely on post-World War II. As we recommissioned many military plants that focused on making chemicals for explosives to switch towards chemical fertilizer production. I think as we would say roughly make half the world's food, and at least half of the food that is consumed within the EU. As I have deals with China previously regarding their food safety, I believe we should all move towards a more water-friendly as well as ecological-friendly way of integrating permaculture into our agricultural sectors and making our agricultural producers more resilient to the changes in climate that have already happened.
I agree 100%.
We agree.
US also agrees.
Welcome to Paris, delegates of Australia and Canada. This is the first climate meeting. It is coming close to an end, I believe. But if you are interested, you are more than welcome to stay in Paris, and I can tell you what it was that was discussed. But was there anything else from the other members here?
Not regarding this issue.
Very well. The first Paris climate meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Greetings. I'm an ambassador from the CCP. I received word that the Sudanese government wishes to speak with China.
Yes, of course. As you know, I don't know if you have seen the news recently, my good sir, but Sudan is in a big crisis. And the people are very angry. And as you know, I hope you know, we are having new elections. So
We are aware of those, yes?
we would like our elections to be overseen by three global superpowers, aka you, China, Russia, and US, to be able to ratify the election and make it legal, and that everyone, what's the word for it? I forgot the word. Sorry, good sir. My English not so good. You know, we
English. We're speaking Mandarin right now. What are you talking about?
Wait, what? Okay, interpreters. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm speaking Mandarin.
You're speaking Mandarin? Okay. So we would like China pretty much to be to look over our elections to make sure that it is made fairly and that no parties.
The CCP, as we've said before, wishes Sudan to be a model state, both in terms of legitimacy and economic progress. As such, we're happy to send election observers when you wish to be involved and to make sure it's a legitimate election.
That would be great. And out of RP, I'm doing this to be, if you're not happy of the elections, for you to not recognize my government and do whatever you want.
Sure. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Because I have no idea how the AI goes. If you go look at it, I may go Salafist if the election goes bad.
Well, if you go Salafist, we probably won't have much more to talk to each other about.
Well, I'm trying, okay? This political parties are everywhere. No one's winning this.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, yes, that is great to hear. And we will talk to you soon when the election is happening.
Wonderful. Sounds good. All right, we can finally go back and talk by ourselves for a minute. I will read chat in just a moment. So obviously at the start of the game, we started with Taiwan is formally part of the UN again, which we proposed. We did the two China policy. We're playing basically a very diplomatic, peaceful rise of power to China. We're basically going to go the alt history route where China didn't stay semi-hardline socialist, and Xi Jinping never gets power, and they just basically join the WTO and cooperate with world commerce and build themselves up through that. We have very close relations with India, Taiwan, and South Korea in the roleplay. So as such, we're going to do a very kind of peaceful rise to power. So it may look a little weird. I am not going to go after the islands. If you saw that earlier, I did just negotiate new borders with all the contested regions in the South China Sea. Historically, China in real life claims, or is it? It claims like all that. But we're going to change what we basically claim to basically get better relations with Asian, specifically Malaysia, Brunei, Vietnam, and the Philippines, which we already have done. And now we're going for nuclear power in order to revamp our energy production for two reasons. One, the climate accords have suggested that the world is willing to move towards non-renewable energy sources, which to us isn't a big deal. Our industry comes first, but we need to put on a good face, so we'll do it. The second reason is we want energy independence. Right now, China is basically entirely reliant on oil imports for energy, coming from Saudi Arabia, Europe, and Africa, which all go through the Malaysian, what's this called? They go right through here, which is a huge strategic threat to China. So if we can revamp things such that we get most of our energy domestically, primarily from nuclear power, that is going to get rid of a lot of security risks that come with that. So it is a pretty big priority for us, even without factoring in the international outlook on it. So I'll read these really quickly. A dangerous level of air pollution in our country, coupled with a finite supply of coal, demands a response from our government in the form of an appraisal of alternative sources of energy. Despite significant public opposition to the construction of new nuclear reactors, nuclear power is one of the most viable renewable alternatives to fossil fuel. However, it involves a substantial financial cost associated with the need for an elaborate system of supporting infrastructure. The disposal of high-level radioactive waste, such as nuclear fuel, remains a major consideration resulting from our nuclear energy program. High-level waste has to be treated with extreme care and stored in a geological repository for decades for it to decay. We have identified the Basin region of the Gobi Desert as a suitable place to begin construction of this repository. So the government is currently entirely focused on renewable energy and the transition to nuclear power. Now this is interesting because Jiang Zemin was an engineer. Hu Jintao, his successor in real life, was also an engineer. So they're very focused on energy. And this would be a project probably very important to them. What's important for you in a military focus tree? What would it contain? What is important for you as a player? So for me, whenever I look at a focus tree and I see the military part of it, what I always tend to find, which always disappoints me, is a bunch of like really mediocrely written little blurbs and then some research bonuses. That to me is really mediocre. What I like to see in a military focus tree, in the part of the tree for military, in like any focus tree in Hoi 4, I want to see something relating to like the actual building up of military industry. That doesn't mean I'm looking to get 5 mils per focus, but I want to see part of that focus tree explicitly build around the idea of building up a military industrial complex in the nation, as well as the research aspects of military research that aren't just 100% research bonus on guns. I'm talking like a 1% research bonus and focuses that explicitly talk about the technological breakthroughs that come through the researching of military technologies. Military industry and military science that aren't just the generic bullshit. That's what I look for. What's up, Coco? How you doing? Tell your cat to get off your goddamn keyboard, Tajit. Is it time to embark on a program Xi Jinping was presiding over after becoming leader, exporting millions of Chinese women to America in order to take the country over from the inside 2 to 3 generations? That's the long game, Escova. I mean, it'll take some time before we get on that. Hope everyone is having a good day, by the way. So this is a very roleplay heavy game, so I'm going to probably be just always talking to people as usual. We are going to keep trying to push down the Uyghurs, though we're not going to go as aggressively as the government did in real life, at least not right now. Generally speaking, the government of China is undergoing a lot of internal issues. Jiang Zemin has made some very dramatic policy changes that the hardliner conservative CCP members are not liking. The Shanghai clique is very dominant in the government, but despite that, a lot of internal discussions in the party are very hot right now, because he is taking a very involved stance towards the West and has opened up markets entirely. So we are having to currently deal with a lot of internal issues, primarily based on a lack of backing for many of his policies. Yeah, you're welcome, Gold. Just generally, when I look at a military focus tree, I don't want to see 15 researches poorly written about some stupid fucking machine gun for that country that I don't give a shit about giving research bonuses. When I look at that, my eyes glaze over and my first thought is, this is mediocre as fuck. I want to see really interesting stuff on how that country is utilizing its own strengths to build up military technology, a military industrial complex, and perhaps incorporating military research with basic research and things like that. Because military tech is not just as easy as, hey, we got a new gun. It's a lot more complex than that. So, yeah. There you go. There's my answer. We're doing a lot of investments in Southeast Asia right now. The Shanghai 5 agreement, which has been very important for us in Asia, is going to be expanded upon at some point. Jiang Zemin has been in serious talks with Putin, as well as CCP officials and other members of the Shanghai 5 to discuss the expansion of it. We are laying the groundwork for a broader Asian economic zone, which we will want to do in the future, given the new systems that we're implementing. As such, we're trying to make really good friends and cool tensions with Asians, such as Vietnam, which we fought in the past, Taiwan, which we've been obviously at war with up until very recently, technically, the Koreas, Japan, and India. So we are looking to take a very cooperative stance towards all Asian countries, and that, you know, we view ourselves as being so strong that by cooperating with them, we get the better end of the deal, which I think will be absolutely true. So we've been doing a lot of investments. We're currently investing in Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, South Korea, India, Bangladesh. We're doing a lot of investments, and of course, the Republic of China. So we're the People's Republic of China, and Taiwan is the Republic of China. So we are doing a two-China policy, just in case you're unsure about that.
Greetings, Chairman Zemin.
Mr. Putin.
I just came early to extend my formal invitations to the victory parade that will be happening in Russia on the 9th of May in celebration of the defeat of Nazi Germany. Will China be taking part?
Of course, I'd happy to be there to attend the parade. I know it's a very important day for your country. Since both of our peoples fought in World War II, it would be a good sign of solidarity. I'd be happy to attend.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to have some formal talks when we are there. What was the date on that again?
9th of May.
Okay.
The Turkish government also will attend. Or rather, Turkish soldiers. They have agreed.
Would you be opposed to China bringing the one of our guard units to also participate in that parade? To show off the discipline of the Chinese military and our strength?
Of course, we would love to march side by side with the Chinese contingent.
Wonderful. We will be happy to attend, and I will make sure the military command understands, and we will have a guard division sent to Moscow for the parade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is all I wanted to speak to you about. I think you said you want to speak more formally with me when we.
I do. At that parade, when we're watching the parade, would you be willing to set aside a private box where the only people you trust would be at? Because I do have a conversation I want to have at that. I think it would be a good chance for that discussion at such a important day and an important event.
Of course. That can be arranged, Mr. Zemin.
Wonderful. I look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you. Have a nice day then.
You as well.
See you on the 9th.
I was talking to y'all, but my English just died. I couldn't find the words. Was so awkward. Well, tell him to speak Norwegian. What the? Ah, yes, Turkey, the infamous neutral European country in World War II. Yeah, I guess we're trying to build relations with them. What's up, Congeal? Congeal? Hey, Millennium Dawn multiplayer that works without lag, amazing. Millennium Dawn doesn't lag as bad as it used to. It's gotten a lot better, as long as you have a good host. And thank you for the follow, Mocha Latte Kapu. Man, you're making me want coffee, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna make coffee. That's your fault, Latte. Maybe you want coffee. I'll be right back. There we go. Got some coffee going. No fuel China. We have lots of it. We produce daily 36,000 barrels, but we need to consume 102 because we're trying to train the Air Force and the Navy. So roleplay wise, it just means like they're not always going up because there's not enough fuel, and I don't want to import it because it'll impact the economy. Trivia of the day: from June 4th to September 20th, 1916, the Russian Empire's armies under General Brusilov launched the Brusilov Offensive in order to relieve pressure on the French trying to hold on to the city of Verdun. Although successful in its aims, it came at a high price. Is that the end of the trivia, Scully?
Hello, Mike.
Greetings.
Greetings, Mike. While the UN discussion was a little heated, Mike, we don't hold it against you. Since we've had good relationships with China. I would like to talk about economics with you for a second.
Of course. What can I do for you?
We were just wondering, what is the GDP per capita of the Chinese people, Mike?
Publicly, I believe it is 6.3 thousand.
Oh, Mike. Is there any way we can help with that? The Australian people, from what it seems after discussing with the various nations of Europe, seems the Australian economy is the best for its people. We have 74,000 GDP, while the European nations are rounding around 50,000 per GDP. Would you like me to invest in some infrastructure, either infrastructure or like office sectors for you, Mike?
We're always looking for more industry in China. Let me make one thing very clear: China's a very rich country. But as you know, we have many people, and that statistic does make us appear much poorer than we really are. China's a very wealthy and prosperous country. Just want to make that very clear.
Make it sound like that, Mike. I was just more or less talking about economics and seeing if we could help China out.
China is always looking for economic partners and investments in our coastal regions. So if you are
invest in office sectors, Mike, or possibly nuclear energy.
Absolutely. Nuclear energy, we are currently undergoing, as you well know, I'm sure, a program to convert to nuclear energy all throughout China. So we have that completely covered. However, if you would like to invest in office complexes, that would be very agreeable to us.
We'll send, so sadly, Australia is starting to, it's coming to a head that we're starting to lose space due to our population just being a little small. But we'll be willing to give you 3 office sectors in Guangdong. Is that good? Guangdong?
That would be acceptable.
And would you be willing to send 3 back our way?
We could do mutual investment, yes.
All right, Mike. The only place that we have that's really open is Queensland.
One moment. We can go ahead and build office complexes. You said you did 3, correct?
Yes, Mike.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reinvest those back into you for Chinese corporations.
Of course, Mike. Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Perfect. We do wish to continue to cooperate with Australia as a very important trading partner of China. And we look forward to continuing to do so.
Well, we just want to make it clear that it's great to see that more nations are getting on the nuclear power push, as nuclear power will help us with the rise in climate change and the unbearable heat. As us Australians know, out in the outback, it's quite blistering. If you're out there without water, you're gonna die. So it'd be nice if we could lower the temperatures and make it so that our people don't have to suffer anymore. But we can't do that without the international cooperation of other nations going nuclear.
Of course, I completely understand, and it's a very big goal for China as well, as we have seen that the United States and the West have severely damaged the global climate issue, and of course China has as well, but that comes with us being necessary for us to industrialize properly to compete internationally with our industry.
Well, we're trying to be a ecological utopia. We're trying to keep our beautiful landscape preserved, and it doesn't help that people like America and India and unfortunately, other nations of the world, including ourselves, have contributed to the rising temperatures that threaten our beautiful
Of course,
landscape.
as long as we cooperate together and deal with this problem, I don't foresee this lasting in perpetuity.
Of course. All right, Mike, you stay safe now.
Thank you for your visit. We'll speak soon. Yeah. I know. I fucked it up and I said something wrong. All right, we can move past that. We don't need to focus on the details here. Swear to God. All right, we're gonna send our guard division to Moscow for the parade. That's where we're gonna discuss the formal creation of the SCO with Putin. All right, we did just get tagged in a post. Let me read that out. The BPP has won the presidential unexpectedly and also has a slight majority in the legislative one. This means that the ROC is expected to implement very liberal policies which may upset the PRC. President Hu Jintao made a speech where he said, "This is a new era for the Republic of China. We will continue to oversee rapid economic growth and we will repair our political struggles that occurred during the Kuomintang administration." So the Kuomintang are no longer in power. It's now Chen Shui-bian, who is a member of the Democratic Progressive Party. They're not the Kuomintang. We might be willing to work with them. The reason that they have historically been very against China, the Republic of China, or the People's Republic of China, I suppose, it is explicitly because of not allowing for a two-China policy. Since we have implemented it, and we support them being completely independent, we still might be able to cooperate with them, but it'll be a little questionable. But we'll do that after the parade.
Then we're at around 56,000 per person. We don't know what Russia is, however, but we'd like to possibly help in the future. Maybe invest in an office sector or two in Moscow.
Hello there.
Oh.
Hello there.
I believe that there is a parade beginning very soon. I have the last of my guard divisions on the way to the capital for the parade.
There is. The Australian Prime Minister just rudely kind of came into.
Listen, I
phone.
didn't know you were in a parade. I just rang you.
I was trying to tell you, tell that to you, but you never listened.
Oh, mate. Well, mate, it's a little hard to understand from this far away. It's a little bit of an input lag. But would you still like to possibly have that investment from us real quickly before we leave and hang up the phone?
Seeing as the parade is today, I think that
yes,
we do have to do that.
All right, mate. Well,
would President Pu, would you mind if when my guard parades that we play one of the historical songs of the Chinese people?
I just crashed.
Oh, I crashed too. God damn it.
Damn, dude.
Gotta love that Millennium Dawn. The Australian economy was too much for it.
We don't normally crash like that. That's weird.
Yeah, that's really weird.
That was a whole group crash.
That was Australian economy coming in clutch.
What was the reason for that?
Nothing.
So I just clicked the research,
right.
and as soon as I clicked the research, it crashed. So I don't know if that was my fault by accident.
So did we all crash there?
Yes.
I crashed. I think pretty much everyone did.
That might have been my fault. I had like 4 research slots open. I just real quickly went and did a bunch of research, and as soon as I clicked on a plane research, it crashed. So,
God, the Australian economy.
Nah, I was
right?
looking.
The Aussies
I'm
are,
pissed.
too
I'm
strong.
mad. How does Australian economy get so good, man? I'm gonna try.
I got based economic policies. That's right, mate.
You do have a large
Libertarian
population.
mentality.
You do have a large population, which makes it easier to have a higher GDP per capita,
Bro,
though. So
my population's increased
I
by
mean,
10% since we started. the
my
game.
population's ever increasing, so it doesn't really matter. Don't worry.
Fuck, I should move to Australia.
In about 2 years, Germany is gonna be the best. You see.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself because I don't really want to listen to them write about their countries. So we're gonna do a rehost, and we'll be back in the game. Then we'll have the parade and the talk about the SCO with President Putin. But you never listen, Putin. Yeah, it's straight true. Yeah, the game crashed. What the? We're doing a rehost. Just like France not having riots in Paris for once. That never happens. That is fake news. That has never been known to happen. Protesting is one of the most important pastimes of the French people, especially Parisians, let's be honest. Alright, let's wait for that ID to go back up. While we do that, I am going to go grab my coffee. No one to play Israel? No one signed up for it, no. Nope. I know there's one for next Thursday's game, but none for this one. Got a town right now. Nice. Arbroath? No, it doesn't ring a bell, Jakey. I might have been to it when I was young, but I don't remember. Arbroath. Arbroath. No, man. Nope, does not ring a bell. You know what's funny though is I know you've been to the town that I used to live in when I was in when I lived in Scotland. You've been to it, which is hilarious. Smoked fish? Do you mean? Is that the town with the fucking whiskey distillery that smells like shit? Is it that town? Because if so, I know what you're talking about. If it's that one. Oh god. Oh, you poor bastard. Yeah, do you remember on like, I think it's like every other weekend, they like clean out like the fucking whiskey, like they clean it out, and the whole town just fucking reeks. It's just disgusting. Yep. Are there any restrictions on nuclear energy / reactors in the MD rule set? For non-tiered games, there are restrictions. For tiered games, there are not restrictions. What is the city of Alabama looking up to as a role model? The Habsburg dynasty. Yep, that's about right. That's about right. I think when the Alabama governor makes decisions and writes laws and passes laws, he always asks himself a really simple question. What would the Habsburgs do? And then he makes the logical decision based on that. It's not like that anymore. Oh, they changed it. Well, that's good. Jakey, I used to drive through that town when I was a kid, and like certain days when we drove through it, dude, it was ridiculous. Yeah, what would Habsburgs do? Exactly. It's an important question to ask if you're advocating for questionable laws, you know. So, yeah. But yeah, I know what town you're talking about now. Ugh. I remember going to a like a town hall event in that town and winning like a bunch of Maltesers one time. I don't know what we were there for. I think it was like one of my sister's like dancing events or something, because she did Highland dancing, and we were at like this event there at like the town hall in that town, and there was like a dance competition with prizes, and I was like 7 at the time, and I won the kids one. I got like a bucket of Maltesers. You'll know what those are. Yeah. Anyway. Montrose, again, doesn't ring a bell. I was really young when I was living there, man. There's an entire town near where I lived that raises pigs. My town was downwind. Fucking hell. I lived in a little town in California one time, and we were on the edge of town and right next to like a dairy farm, and oh my god, that shit sometimes when the winds went towards us, it was just disgusting. How did we get out of the game? What the hell? Towards the North Sea. Doesn't ring a bell. My favorite coastal town over there is Anstruther, Jakey. Have you ever been there? Because Anstruther fish and chips are, as you probably know, absolutely fantastic. And then you can go down on that little, like, the dock there, and you can, like, just look out over the bay and see those mountains in the distance. It is just so fucking pretty, man. You ever been to Anstruther, Jakey? I assume you have. You're a Scot, and you probably have. It's kind of basically like, you know, a pilgrimage site. Pig farms are worse. I don't doubt that at all. But thankfully, Escova, I haven't had the wonderful pleasure of being near one. Which is fan-fucking-tastic. You have been, yeah. Yeah, Anstruther fish and chips, man. Oh my god. When you were 8? Wow. Whenever I go back to Scotland, I've been back a few times, I always take a trip to Anstruther. I always take the bus there. And I get some fish and chips. I hang out. There's like a little bench right next to the quarry or whatever it's called, the dock. And I always sit there and just like stare out over the bay, eat my fish and chips. Top fucking tier, man. The 2024 Open. Maybe. I may try and go to Europe next summer if I have the money for it, which I probably won't. If not, I'll go the year after. So, it'd be fun. What's a wild? What the fuck keeps happening with this game? This is why I hate being new to streams and never understand what people are talking about. We're talking about Scotland. I used to live in Scotland when I was a kid. Jakey, he is from Scotland. He lives in Scotland, and we're just talking about Scotland stuff right now while we're hanging out. Save file issues, Christ.
It's Honey Badger.
So what's going on right now?
Honey Badger.
Corrupted save.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. I'm gonna check it out right now.
Do we have an? Someone must have an autosave. We'll have to use one of those.
Yeah.
I see if I have. I think I have one.
We shouldn't need to go to the OG file. We should have a save autosave.
Can we try to switch the host then?
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, I can host, guys, if you want to.
Yep.
Do it, please.
Perfect.
Yep, I can do that.
I got. You should talk to Honey Badger about that.
What's up, Hawk?
Perfect.
Having a midlife crisis at 32? Why not? Europe's fantastic, Escova. It's a really nice place. You actually get healthcare there, and the food doesn't give you diabetes.
I don't know load shit now. What is this? That's weird.
Let me see if I got the an autosave.
The only save I have is September 2003.
I've got one from September 2003 as well. Yeah.
My load option, my load option is like grayed out. I don't know why.
So the only other save I have besides this one is the one that we started on.
Yeah.
And this save's obviously corrupt, the autosave. So what do we do?
No one else has a copy? Everyone check your saves?
I like Quasar host. Quasar, do you have the autosave? If you do,
I'm trying, but the host option is for me like that. The load option is for me grayed out.
Did you exit out of your game and restart it?
No, I didn't. Let me try that 1 sec.
If not, we'll try to rotate it. Yeah, Tank can try hosting. If Quasar can do it, we'll Tank Roy. If not, we'll rotate and see who gets better here.
Quasar's never had issues hosting, so we'll try that.
The only save I have is September 2003. September 23rd, 2003.
Yeah, that's the save file.
Started on.
It is only like 6 months, so we shouldn't sit here forever. Otherwise, we'll be able to go through all that time. Otherwise, but like, let's just do a quick see if we can.
Never mind.
Otherwise,
I don't have the
we'll
autosave.
just load the OD save and let's just get back into the fucking game. Otherwise, better be here all day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright,
We're an hour and a half deep now. So.
Ah, now I can. Okay, my latest autosave is from 25 September.
Load it up.
Yeah, I will.
Perfect. All right, let's go.
Like, sorry, didn't.
All right, we're about to get back into the game. We are gonna have to go back to September, but that's only 5 months, so it's fine. Hopefully, we'll go a little bit quicker this time too. In America, where large is are small. Yes, absolutely. Hey, portion sizes matter. All right. And something I hate about McDonald's, in North America you can get nugget meals, here you can't. Really? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, normally it does work. I'm not sure why it got corrupted. That's really weird, but nothing to be done about it. What's a wild? You're scared of the game you're in. What game are you in, Wild? Chinese government hacks saves because of your portrayal of Chinese to China policy. Yeah, probably. You know what's gonna be really funny? Are you in the attic? Not the attic. I'm on the second story, and the house I'm in is kind of like curved, so it looks like it, but no. I'm on the second story of the house. It's really nice. Except for all the heat and the cold in the winter, but it's not bad. I'm on the second story. There's 24 casts a day with all adults serve. Oh god, that's a lot of casts. You might even be able to kill someone with that. You know what's funny? I did a China series that I uploaded to YouTube last summer, and the amount of Chinese fucking comments I got on that video, because it was just me roasting the CCP for like 8 hours straight. I got so many really long comments from like Chinese people talking about how like what I was saying about China was wrong and about how they're really good and blah 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 blah, and I had to delete some of them because they were really aggressive. So what I'm turning, obviously this is going to be a YouTube series, so I'm really curious to see the Chinese comments I'm going to get on this portrayal of China. I'm really curious to see what little gems will get posted, because it was long too. I got a couple comments on that video that were literally paragraphs long, explaining to me why I didn't understand China and how the CCP is a benevolent ruler and blah 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 blah, and it was just like wild. It's not even, that video didn't even get that big though. I mean, it got a couple thousand views, but like, yeah, that blew my mind. It was wild. You'll be fine if they die in battle. There we go. So I am really curious to see that. This is obviously some very exciting gameplay right now, as you can clearly see. Has me on the edge of my seat, I can tell you that. Let's add an hour to talk with someone while waiting for a Hoi 4 game to start. I know. Top tier gameplay. Good time for a post? You mean a roleplay post? Yeah, true. I'm not gonna do one right now though. What's the best way to learn Hoi 4 as a complete beginner? Watching tutorials. I'll argue to my dying day, tutorials. There's a lot of good YouTube tutorials. Just look up Hoi 4 YouTube tutorials. I'd advise Feedback. Feedback Gaming has some really good tutorials. And then there's just a couple of folks who do some good ones. Cloak, whatever his name is, Cloak has some alright ones. The issue of Hoyt tutorials is a lot of them are made by comp players, and they're all just about like meta shit, which I guess if you want to learn that, that's fine. But just for generally learning the game, watching tutorials, I advise probably Feedback Gaming. He's really good for just teaching you how to play the game and have fun and not just like shit on everyone. So I'd say probably check out Feedback Gaming. What's up, Calvcina? I feel like a baboon. I can't figure out the game on my own. Yeah, no, I couldn't either. I watch tutorials to learn it. So go to YouTube, just look up Point 4 tutorials and find some stuff. So that'd be my advice to do. Yep, absolutely. Bitter Steel is good too. Bitter Steel has some really good stuff as well. Yeah. And I would get rid of that ad if I could. Twitch runs ads on my platform. Twitch just runs ads. I have no control over that. You, as a streamer, you can turn on extra ads to make more money. If you're ever watching a streamer and you're watching like a couple ads in a row, the streamer's like milking you for money. I don't run ads at all. The only ads that get run are the Twitch ones that they force you to run. So, nothing I can do about that. If you want I will plug this really briefly. If you want uninterrupted just like stuff, you won't be able to interact with me obviously, but I have a YouTube VOD channel. My VOD channel obviously is not monetized, so there's no ads on it really. So if you want to watch gameplay without having to deal with Twitch ads, check out my VOD channel. It's linked in my Twitch. So you can just, I once got 8 ads at a time. Yeah, that streamer was just milking your ass. Guys like XQC, they really run ads hard. That's why I don't watch them, because it's just like fucking, it's all ads. You have 2,000 hours in second MP. Well, it depends on where those hours are. If they're all in single player, of course you will, because multiplayer is really specific. Multiplayer, you need to do like, multiplayer for like, especially comp, it just requires you to memorize a bunch of strats and then just get used to playing them out, and then you just do that. So it's very different than single player, where you're just adapting to the game, you know? Since there's no one on South Korea, sure. I think we did get India back as well, which is really nice. Yes, we did. Good.
Say it's unintentional ASMR.
Stop.
Alright, I'm gonna go in a separate channel. A lot in single player, so yeah, yep, exactly. Which is fine, it means you're having fun. What's up, photographer? MP is very different based on what country you play. Like as Britain, you need to have a good navy, hold Africa, and mainly produce as fighters as possible. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, you memorize a strategy for every country, and then you just need to know how to play it out for comp. That's what it is. So you just have to memorize certain strats, certain builds, and then certain strategies for each country, and then play them out. It's gonna be the Iron Maiden show in my city. Fuck yeah, man. Now, you shouldn't add AI as Israel. Israel has really advanced technology and a really strong military, so you should be fine. They start with a main battle tanks, like 2015 main battle tanks in 2000, so your tanks are literally 15 years ahead at the start of the game, so you should be fine. Theoretically. Need some better China music. I am gonna play one of the really dramatic songs for that parade, but it hasn't happened yet. Gonna try this out. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. I think I might MKV4. Gotta love that. All right, we're back in. We had to go back to the start date from last session though, because we got a corrupted save file. Gotta love the smooth system Paradox has made. What's up, Pecious? 05. Okay, we'll say that all our diplomacy, of course, it stands. What we did, we did. So, I have to redo all my investments though. I see you playing Millennium Dawn. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Best play mod. Who are you playing, Coliseum? I do it as well, but I go to Ukraine and just massacre Russia. That is really fun. It is nice to absolutely murder the Russians as Ukraine. I need to do a proper playthrough of Ukraine sometime in MD where we vassalize Russia and partition them. That would be a lot of fun. Vassalize assistant feudalism. You know what I mean. Don't get fucking smart with me, kid. You know what I'm talking about. Hopefully we don't stay paused forever here. They're gonna follow up Peaches so far. Going on to cybersecurity division. Since we haven't done it this time around, oh god, we have so much to do. Well, when we negotiate the maritime boundaries with the Southeast Asian to South China Sea, I will make a post for it this time. Call me pissed because it's annoying as fuck the way you say my name. Sounds good. Have you got another game? I don't really want to refer to you as pissed, man. I'm gonna be honest. Is there something else I can call you that you don't mind? I am notoriously bad at pronouncing names right, including my own. Fair enough. Piss works fine. Fair enough. I gotta say, it's a really weird thing to refer to another human being as piss, you know? It's a very odd thing to do, I have to say. I can do it, it's just very, I don't know. It's a very strange sensation. We'll go down the renewable path, which we did before. Again, we'll say that the climate talks happened. All the diplomacy we did has still happened, but we'll just kind of catch up to things because we had to reload the autosave, unfortunately, or the old save, I guess.
This is Angela Merkel from Germany.
Mrs. Merkel, good for you to call me up. What can I do for you?
We are here to talk about a nice investment offer for China. We are willing to open new Volkswagen factories in China. We'd ask Chinese permission to build mass build factories on the coastline of China.
We would be absolutely open to mass investment of Chinese Volkswagen factories to China, but I do hope that the German government understands that in the future China will be looking to develop its own domestic automobile production, obviously of a very different quality, but I hope you aren't expecting any sort of monopolistic situation here.
No, we're monopoly is something we are very against. We would just like to expand Volkswagen business into a very trustworthy economic ally.
That we can absolutely agree to. Is there a specific euro amount that you're looking to invest here in China?
We're looking to invest more than 100 billion euros on the industry of Volkswagen.
Are you
in China.
expecting mutual investment, or is this a more of a one-sided thing?
Right now it's more of a one-sided thing, but in the future...
Then you have absolutely no complaints from the CCP, and we would be happy to receive your investment in the coastal areas. But we would ask that you do it primarily in the Shandong Peninsula, or sorry, I have the wrong one selected here. The Zhejiang region, just to the south of Shanghai, if you could.
South of Shanghai.
Your Shaoxing, Hangzhou.
Bear with me, I'm looking for it right now.
No worries.
Zhejiang, right?
Yes.
Zhejiang, and where else you said?
Just there if you could.
Just there. Of
Well,
course.
I mean, if you want to split it, you could do half of it in Zhejiang and then half of it in Fujian to the south as well.
Half of it in Zhejiang, Fujian, of course. Fujian, right?
Yes.
In that case, we'll be building 5 factories in Zhejiang and 5 in Fujian.
That's perfect. Well, very glad to be continuing to cooperate with Germany now that we have made our very strong economic deal with each other. China has put a lot of money into upgrading your ports in Hamburg. I'd assume that's come along very nicely. I haven't looked to check in on that in a little while.
That's right. The ports are very well developed. The infrastructure there is absolutely magnificent. And one of the ports in Bremen is on its maximum capability right now.
We do see that we can put a little bit more money into Hamburg, so if you wouldn't mind, we'll go ahead and do that as well.
Of course. Oh, and one more thing. I've realized we do not have a trade agreement proposed yet, officially.
Oh, what, sorry?
We do not have an official trade agreement to flex a bit of.
If you would like to go ahead and do that, I would be happy to.
Of course, I'll be sending it right now.
Given our very exclusive relationship in terms of exports to Europe, it makes a lot of sense for us, so we're fully on board.
Of course. And we hope that in the future you could be a European Union partner.
We do view our relationship much more with Germany rather than the European Union. I do want to make sure that's understood.
I see. I understand. Well, alright then. With nothing else to talk about, I will be hanging up. Thank you very much.
for your time. This is Merkel.
Thank you. Excuse me now.
Should have ate that spicy ass pizza. Oh, that does sound horrible. Now, Merkel does have a very, very deep voice. It's just, it's just what makes her special. She's just got a very unique voice. All right, we are going to go ahead and agree to maritime boundaries with Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam. I'm going to write a post for this, though. America did just win the war against Iraq, too, which they launched after 9/11. I'll write out a post for this one as well. Given the historical unease that has surrounded the South China Sea, the CCP today announces the opening of discussions with its friends in Asia. China has, of course, claimed the whole region as historically it was ours by right. However, modern times require change, and as such, we are willing to change our outlook and claims on the islands in this region, maintaining strong and useful economic relations with the nations in the region will always come first in our decision making. We will not allow this situation to result in the loss of cooperation and economic possibilities with Asia. Although China commits to maintaining territorial sovereignty in the region and holding the parcel islands, we will negotiate a treaty that is not so extreme as the UN article, but also not unreasonable in our own claims. Talks over the South China Sea will be overseen by the Republic of China and our friends to the south as we usher in a new era of economic prosperity in Asia. It's a fucking GIF file. Fuck you. There we go. So what this essentially means, I talked about this last time, is that the South China Sea was very contended by China. China claims basically all of it, but large regions of it are claimed by Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and the Philippines. So what we're doing is negotiating territorial differences so that we're not claiming the whole China Sea anymore, but we get an established zone. We'll probably want to basically, in the peace treaty, probably claim something like this. So a large region of it, including the parcels, but this region we're not going to make any more contentions on, so we can actually start to cooperate with Asian members. Any future MP games? Oh, yeah, lots. If you ever want to know what's upcoming, go to the events tab in the Discord, and you'll be able to see all the upcoming games. Certain games are for like high-tier role players like this one, but then the non-tiered ones are open to everyone. As long as you do good roleplay, you'll get ranked up, and you'll be able to play these games as well. May 9th, we do have that parade in Russia, and that's where we're going to discuss the expansion of the SCO, just a reminder. So we do have that coming up here. You upgraded your RAM from 8 gigabytes to 16. Did you download it? Because that's the only proper way to get more RAM. You have to download it from the internet. We are going to steal the American cipher. We are going to build a really big spy network. I don't usually focus on the intelligence agency, but for China we will, for obvious reasons. India's back in the game. We've had talks with them. I don't feel like we really need to discuss anything right now. I want to continue our broad spinning program in the Asian countries, though. We are really trying to start cooperating more with Asian rather than just negotiate against them. So let's do some investments into Kuala Lumpur if we can. Looks like we already are investing with them. let us invest with them for some reason. That's very strange. Did we hit? We might have hit our max investment slots. Yeah, we did. We maxed out our construction projects. That's fine. We'll invest more into Indonesia and Malaysia as soon as this is done in the Philippines, of course. We do need to reform our health system as well, because right now we provide really no health options to the people of China, and considering the fact that we are trying to improve the quality of life quite dramatically as part as our opening up to West and the standards that the West has, we will need to prioritize that. But right now we are just working pretty much purely on expanding our industry really rapidly. We have done a Cold War MPs before. They're really fun. Unfortunately, the Cold War dev team does not actively try and make their game stable or their mod stable for multiplayer, and it does not work right now, so it's no longer an option. And they have no plans to try and improve it for multiplayer. So, unfortunately, Cold War is not multiplayer viable, probably for a while, possibly forever. This is a really weird instrument to be on a Chinese soundtrack. So when you invest, do you get the Civ, or does the country investing get the Civ? The country you invest in gets the Civ dashing. So like, let's say I want to invest into China. It's a player. I have an open slot, which I don't right now because I've been investing so much. Let's say I build 5 Civs there. When it completes, which you can track at the top of your decisions up here, that country gets the Civs. What you get as the country investing is what's known as international investments, which is a big pool of money that you get a 6% ROI on every year. So we have 1.7 billion in investments. We get a 6% return on that every year. You can also sell these if you really need money as well. So you get international investments. You also get influence on them. Influence can be used to puppet, to exploit, or to do anything else, or to puppet them, or do whatever you want. So you get influence as well. So it provides a lot of benefits. Yeah, the country you invest in gets the Civ, you get the investments, and you get the influence.
Oh, Ham.
Sorry?
I'm here to roleplay.
Yeah, I was talking with someone.
Yeah. Greetings. The idea of the current ruling government in Korea has changed towards reunification, and we're currently looking to go down the path, even though there are protests in Seoul about it. We would just like to ask the Chinese to, unless a war was to break out, to not interfere so that the North does not get rowdy towards reunification.
Interfere in what exactly?
Out of RP, more just so like nothing happens, like the decisions or stuff like that, because it can. I've seen it before. It can really mess up.
We have no plans to interfere in the Chinese question, in the Korean question. We are obviously very close with the the DPR, but we also have very close relations with you. We have spoken many times in the last couple of months, so Sheng, and as you know, I'm investing quite heavily in your government, or in your country. Out of roleplay I was, but then we had to reset, so. Which actually, let me go do that again. There you go.
Thank you.
But to your requests, I do find to be very odd. China is going to try and stay out of the Korean affair, assuming war does not break out. Then, of course, we would be forced to intervene, given the geographical location. But beyond that, we are going to let the Korean situation resolve itself. And we are just continuing to trade with all parties, as we have changed our policy stance on that, as you well know.
Yes, that's all we asked, of course, of it. Nothing can.
Of course, if that's all you came here to say, I'm afraid that you did waste this visit, as we have already made that position very clear to your government. Is there anything else?
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's a waste. I do enjoy Beijing. It's a very nice city, must I say.
Oh, you are very kind, of course. It is a very old city and a very noble one. The history here is impossible to describe in simple words.
Alright, that's all.
Perhaps a tour of the Forbidden Palace before you head home?
Yes, perhaps I could do that.
I will assign a CCP member to escort you around and give you a very good personal tour.
All right, good day, Mr. Chairman.
You as well. Thank you to follow the Bizzledort. Chen RP, hell yeah. Good morning, YouTube Blackfire. Listen, I know speak word good, all right? I know speak word good. Don't hold it against me. I have heard of Tubin Third singing. It's really good. The Tanner Tuvu anthem is absolutely fantastic. One of the best national anthems out there. Okay, we're looking very solid here. So right now in China, we have really now finally begun to start to integrate ourselves into the international system. Prior to Jiang Zemin, China was very isolationist and really cooperated economically with only a few countries. The reforms of Deng, the reforms of Zemin, have now resulted in China not only being a very powerful actor industrially, we are definitely the second most powerful economy at this point, and we are starting to creep up on the United States. Our quality of life is much lower, however, in our GDP per capita. And we have also formally integrated ourselves into the WTO and the global economic systems that really make for so much prosperity. We're also committing ourselves to the international climate accords and are going to be pursuing actively nuclear technologies and, of course, nuclear reactors. For two reasons. One, we want to look good with climate, of course, but we also want to get energy independence. I talked about the 5 paths to prosperity, which kind of dictated the new era of political policy for Zemin and the CCP, and energy independence is a huge one, and nuclear power will allow us to do that. So we're really just kind of continuing to cooperate, make economic deals, while internally Zemin is just really trying to corral his party and make sure that they toe the line and follow his policies, which is not easy. Has someone made you do a hot tub stream? No, no one has the points for it. No one has the points for it, thank goodness. Let's see if we can do another investment into Indonesia. Nope, we are still over. Mengistu returns in Ethiopia. That's worrying. You know what's funny? No one uses any of my channel point rewards anymore because, like, everyone has said that they're saving up for the fucking hot tub stream. So, no one ever uses, like, the only thing that gets used is, like, hydrate and then, like, one other because everyone's just fucking saving. Fuck, it's fucking bullshit. I know you're saving up, Moose. Everyone's saving up. I never originally intended on doing it either. I added it as a meme one day, and enough people said that they were going to save up for it that I felt like I couldn't get rid of it. So, it's fine. If I do hot tubs, I'll just do actual charity streams is what I'll do for them, I think. We'll go for centralized control. Black Fireman! Holy shit! Thank you for the gifted subs! Oh, of course I'll do the actual... I'll do the actual hot tub stream. Of course I will. Of course I'll do it. But I'm just saying, I'll make it into probably like a charity stream. Is what'll happen. That's how I'll do that. Just saying. But thank you for the gifted subs, man. I appreciate that. Alright, I'm going to do another diplomatic post. How long do we have before May? March, April, May. We got a couple months. I'll do another post right now. Oh, we got a post actually tagged for us. Russia formally invites China, Turkey, and Ukrainian soldiers to the 9th of May parade in Moscow to celebrate the victory over Nazi Germany. Chinese soldiers have also been filmed to march and sing in the famous Russian march, Katyusha.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, am I speaking to the Chinese ambassador?
You are speaking to the Chinese ambassador in Karakum. What can I do for you?
I am here to talk about a letter that we got a few days ago about Chinese military wanting to, or the Chinese government itself wanting to put a military base in our country.
Yes, we thought given our huge amounts of investments and the instability coming recently from your elections, it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to establish a military base, obviously in sync with the Sudanese government.
We would be open to that, but we would like to choose where the military base would be.
We were thinking just to the south of Port Sudan, to ensure that to ensure that all traffic, of course, going through the Red Sea could be obviously watched and maintained, and just generally a coastal garrison. So that way we're not too deep into Sudan and don't cause any problems with people feel like we're a little too much in the heart of your country.
As you know, I just got into a new election, and it was very close. But I am willing to try this out to see how the public will react to it. So I am open to leaving a Chinese base near Port Sudan, but only for a term of 2 years. And then after that, we can review if this should be
acceptable.
renewed.
But you understand that the large amount of Salafist movement within your country, combined with the massive investments China has made into your country, and our real desire to see you become very stable and prosperous, is such that we feel like this could be a boon to you and your country.
Well, I do not believe putting Chinese troops indefinitely into a country is a good idea. We do not.
As with any military bases, they are only there until the country wishes them to be gone. As soon as you give the word, they will sail home and back to China and to their families.
Alrighty, then let me speak to my cabinet minister real quick.
Of course, there's no rush on this. China is never in a hurry. The one thing you can always expect from China is patience and a very long-term approach to everything we do, including relationships, such as with Sudan.
Wait 1 second. Oh, out of IP, are you able to build ports and the naval dockyards, or no?
No, I can only build office complexes and SIFs.
Okay. All right, I've talked with my advisors, and they told me that this would be a good idea for now. We
in that case, we'll send one special force division to your country. This would, of course, be made up of around, 1 second, I'm trying to find the amount, 2,000 men and military advisors, and then we'd like to station, if you'd be up for it, 2 destroyers in your port, just to maintain territorial sovereignty of your waters. Optional, of course, but we think it'd be good just to maintain the strength of Sudan navally in that region.
We would let you have 1 destroyer into our port.
Completely reasonable.
All right, perfect. Then an agreement has been signed.
Very well. I will.
Out of IP, do you want me to make it, or do you want me to do the announcement?
If you could, I'm about to write a big post myself, so.
All right, I'll do it then. All right.
To answer your question, Todd, yes, China was not in the habit of making military bases around the world during this time period. The reason we're doing it is explicitly because we are trying to turn Sudan into basically a model country for Chinese development. In that if we make them very prosperous, very stable, very wealthy in comparison to other African countries, they'll be used as a model to basically justify massive investment into other African countries. And then, of course, the Belt and Road Initiative, which is in the very early planning stages right now.
Well, let's just make sure the Salafists don't take power.
That is why they are being sent.
All right. Let's see if it works. Let's see if China's approach of imperialism works. All right.
Let's see. Maritime. Did you accept? You never accepted it. There we go. What's up, Jarhead?
Ring, ring. This is Australia.
I unfortunately do not have the time, as I have a couple other things that I need to do right now, Ambassador. I do apologize.
Oh shit! All right, sorry.
I just had a line of people coming here for diplomacy when I have to do some stuff. So.
Do you want me to wait?
It'll be probably a while because then I have to go to a parade in Moscow.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I don't even have time to make a diplo post too. I have to go to Moscow in just a minute, so.
Okay. Yeah. No,
It'll be a while.
Yeah, you're gonna get called for a UNSC meeting that I proposed due to Ethiopia bringing back a genocidal maniac. So.
Sure.
Just, beware, all right?
All right, we're sending the troops to Sudan, so we are going to set up bases there. And now let's go ahead and arrive in Moscow a little early for the parade. Greetings.
Greetings, Mr. Zemin.
I have arrived here a little early, along with my guard, as I'm sure you are aware.
I'm aware. Your soldiers seem to be enjoying their stay in Moscow.
Indeed, it's a beautiful country and a beautiful capital too. I am told by my officers that they are kept in a very good health.
Indeed, they are. They're treated as friends, as
Wonderful.
People's Republic is.
I want to kick off discussions a little bit early. I hope you don't mind. I arrived here a little early so we can have a very personal talk between the two pinnacle leaders of the Shanghai Five.
I don't mind, Mr. Zemin. You're always a welcome guest in Moscow.
Thank you very much. As you well know, the Shanghai Five has acted as a very important political authority within the Asian and Central Asian region, primarily in terms of political disputes. But the CCP and my administration feels like it could be much more. We think that given our attempts to start to cooperate with Asian, India, Japan, the Koreas, and other, of course, Central Asian countries that you yourself have a lot of sway over, there is now a very unique opportunity for the development of a larger economic zone that, frankly, is rather unprecedented.
Interesting proposal.
We are suggesting the formal creation of a political entity. The way that I would describe it would be kind of like an economic NATO. We are proposing to name the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It would serve as an economic cooperation zone for Asia and Central Asia, as well as a political institution for further, more in-depth cooperation, regardless of political affiliation. Simply a desire to cooperate economically and to work together is what we think would be potentially warranted if Russia is open to it as the other major member of the Shanghai Five.
Russia is really open to this idea. I believe that is a good idea to also combat American influence over the world, as you
We agree.
surely are aware. And we think that presenting the world a second option, so to speak, would be a good...
Agreed.
a good,
America has NATO, but as we know, that's more of a military organization. And although military is, of course, very important in the modern world, if we're being honest, economics is the only way forward. It's how China has managed to become so powerful so quickly. We are explicitly looking for an organization that focuses on technological innovation and cooperation, primarily in terms of industry, mutual development and investment within all members, joint cooperation in terms of tackling drug trafficking as well as terrorism within the region, and of course a combined initiative to try and maintain border security and cooperation more closely that could result potentially even in the future in a reduction in the hard border status that a lot of our countries have, assuming that reforms can take place where we don't have to worry.
So you're proposing this in the long run as the model the European Union has, basically.
I don't think the EU is a good model to follow in that they are far too centralized, and that's not something that I'm looking for with this sort of organization. The CCP in China values their territorial and political sovereignty quite a lot. This would be purely an economic agreement, and it would not even require joint economic policy, just simply cooperation and shared goals.
That is good because, as you may know, Russia also values its
of course
sovereignty, and we don't believe in the EU model we are
We
not
don't
quite.
either. China rejects that notion and would never argue for something like that. Also,
That
I do
is
see
good.
that the parade has started. Well, do you mind if I go ahead and play an anthem of China for this march while my men go by?
Oh, go ahead. That would be
Wonderful, wonderful. We brought our own band here, of course, as the military of China takes these things very seriously. One moment, let me go ahead and find a channel I can put this into.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking Inbo took it as usual. I swear to God.
Yeah, he does always.
I swear to God. 1 second, let me set it up. Not right now. One moment.
Yep.
Oh, I swear to God. All right. Fuck it. I'm stealing his goddamn bot. I don't give a shit. Playlist does not exist. I swear to God.
It seems like your band has some issues playing your end.
Hold on. They're going to be beaten. Give it a minute. It's trying to play the god. I hate YouTube sometime. Bear with me.
All right, Mr.
I hate YouTube so much. Here we go. If this doesn't work, I'm going to murder someone. Here we go. Wonderful. This is one of the important Chinese military songs and a good background as we watch the absolutely fantastic divisions of the Chinese People's Military pass by us. So anyway, Mr. Putin, getting back on hand as we watch this fantastic parade, and may I just say that this parade is of the highest quality as we honor such a historical day for both the Russian people, the Chinese people, and the world as a whole.
We agree. The struggle against Nazi Germany was a big one.
Of course.
And it deserves a big parade.
As
From
we
the
fought
highest
so
standards.
tough against the Japanese, who shared in their barbarism and in their desires for global hegemony. We must always remember that threats like these must be dealt with and cut off at the head.
They need to.
Of course.
Mr. Chairman, I have another question.
Of course.
As you may noticed, Australia has now a rather free card in acquiring nuclear weapons. What would you propose as the way forward here?
China does wish to stay entirely out of that matter, as they are a trade partner and we do rely on them for technology metals. In addition, we have not had a confirm or denying specifically of their attempts to get nuclear weapons. That situation is very worrying to us, but I'll be honest, until we have further evidence that they actually are pursuing those technologies, we are very kind of gonna stay out of that situation. I'll leave that up to you.
I see. Okay. It is quite disappointing that China is taking a back stance in this, but I guess
Let me make it very clear, we're taking a neutral stance on it entirely.
a neutral stance, yes. Yeah. Sometimes my autophobia, sometimes, language barrier.
I understand. Russian to Mandarin is not an easy thing to do.
Yes. But of course, then I need to see how we're gonna handle this situation. Russia handles this situation in the future.
We are sure that Russia will be able to handle it in a very moderate and acceptable manner.
Of course.
Back to the previous discussion, though. Would you be opposed in the coming days for China to formally propose the SCO and to create it as it would be a formal economic partnership?
Not at all, Mr. Zeman. Russia will gladly accept it.
Wonderful. To start off with, we think it would be primarily the Central Asian countries as well as China, but we would like to see it expanded into Asian, potentially even Taiwan, the Republic of China, the Koreas, Japan, and India in the future, as well as any other good friends mutually between Russia and China. In the future, I think it's our population, our economic power, and our unity in facing against the Western economic threat would be such that we could even combat the EU itself.
Of course, I think this will be a good proposal, and I think that we can be the new #1 in the world in economic matters with this
We
endeavor.
fully agree on that matter. There is one more song my band will play today, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Wonderful, wonderful. But anyway, we are fully agreed. The end goal for Russia and China, in our eyes, must be the overthrowing of the Western economic system and the establishment of a new one. As the majority of the population exists within Asia, the majority of the, I think, wise decision-making also exists here. The West, for all their prosperity, they are very unwise often in the choices they make.
They are. And I think with this proposal we can, of course, expand and be more independent from the Western, so to say, adversaries, as I like to call them.
Fully agreed. These must be the long-term goals of the SCO. Of course, we don't need to go around telling everyone of our explicit goals. I think if we kept that within the bounds of private conversations like this, it would be for the best.
I have some goals.
As do the People's Republic of China.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, to honor the ending of this meeting, would you like to, or be interested in the creation of another mutual investment deal?
Of course. How much should you think about? As anybody is asking
To be
me
frank
for
with you,
backups.
whatever Russia can be willing to do, China can meet. We don't really have a limit on that.
Then I go really bold here and say 200 billion.
Works for China. I assume, would you like this primarily in civilian industry, basic industrial exports, or in more office-related corporate investment from the many Chinese corporations which are looking to expand through our allies?
I think we can do half-half if you're not opposed to it.
Of course.
Alright, then do you have one particular place do you want civilians on?
Not at all. Any of the coastal regions. Probably, actually, if you could do the southern regions, we would prefer that area.
Southern, okay. There's one. And there is... Oh, 1 second. There's a beautiful music you're playing here.
Thank you.
There's a second.
I am currently maxed out on building slots, so you will have to wait 15 days until we formalize the office sectors being built in the Moscow metropolitan region. Is that acceptable?
That is totally acceptable to us.
Wonderful.
We understand.
Is there any songs that Russia wished to play before we end this parade and this historical meeting?
Yes, but it out of a bit would take too long to search right now.
Of course.
I don't want to.
You should, actually, I know exactly which one you want, so I'll play real quick.
Alright. It was good having you here, Mr. Zeman.
Since this is the last song, we'll end with this one on this historical parade, which has now gone on for well over a month. Let me wait until I can finalize this investment project in you. We can leave things here. You will also be receiving the paperwork over the next several weeks regarding the establishment of the SCO. Are there any countries that Russia is explicitly interested in having involved in our economic cooperative arrangement as well?
Yes, Turkey.
Turkey?
Mm-hmm. We have some talks with Turkey, and we believe that Mr. Erdogan, as you may know, the new strongman in Turkey, is a leader that is also opposed to the West, from what I heard. And I think it will be a valuable ally.
I want to say
in our
explicitly, we're not opposed to the West. We simply wish to outmaneuver them through economic prosperity.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm not, like,
Of
saying,
course.
you know, we should...
Language is
Oh, right.
important. I just want to clarify that.
I know. Erdogan is a man that also seeks, how should I say, other endeavors than the EU or America. And I think if we present them with the opportunity to join our initiative, I think Turkey would be a valuable member in this organization.
Of course. This will end up reaching around 300 billion total. I'm assuming you're not opposed to that.
No. Not at all.
Very well. In that case, we'll allow you to make the conversations with the Turks. And if you do seriously think that they are a good partner for the SCO, we can have those conversations in the future when we found this economic partnership. I do think that we will also be looking to potentially add the Republic of China to it, assuming that we can make good talks with the progressive government there that has recently won election. We are hopeful that they'll be open to cooperation, but you never know.
Yes. I hope also that they will join and don't present any problems. I heard there were some protests recently.
We heard the same, but we are hopeful that they will be able to deal with these. With that, Mr. Putin, would you allow me to shake your hand?
Yep, thank you.
It's been an honor meeting with you and a pleasure as always. I look forward to our new partnership. With the establishment of the SCO, we are really redefining the modern economic world, my friend.
Yes, we will redefine economics and the world as a whole.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Wonderful. That went really well. We're not opposed to the West. We just want to conquer you from the East so the West becomes the new East. What's up, No? That beard is looking big and chillin'. Hell yeah. No, you're not wrong, and I'm not saying you're wrong. All right, we had with the DP victory in the elections, we will set to complete their agenda they promised during the campaign season. The Republic of China is becoming a welfare state, further improving the quality of life of the RSC. Corruption is to be tackled, with a major concern for the DPP during the Kuomintang administration. The DPP will also begin adding minor military budgets with extra funds being taxed from major corporations. The RSC is set to become economically closer, aligned with the United States, though it is still having to balance between the US and China and itself. The new party also wishes to formally negotiate the South China Sea issue. Alrighty. Greetings.
Greetings. This is the, who is this? Is this a phone call from Jiang Zemin?
This is the chairman himself, yes. Congratulations on your victory, President Xu Bian.
Thank you. I was meaning to talk to you, but, yeah, we want to speak to you mainly about the South China Sea, if we can, do that at any moment.
Yes, as you well know, there was a negotiation over the South China Sea over the last several months involving talks from Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, the Philippines, and of course the former president of the Republic of China was involved in those talks. As we did explicitly say, we wanted the Kuomintang involved with those talks. I'm assuming that he explained to you the situation and
yes,
you talked over it?
We got a briefing during the
That's good to hear. And I assume you find the new deal being proposed agreeable, wherein China will retain the Parcel Islands, and we will drop our claims on the majority of the southern region of the South China Sea.
The majority? What? Will you still follow international law regarding the South China Sea, or?
As we have negotiated a separate agreement with Asian countries, we will not explicitly be using the treaty defined with the United States articles. However, we have found a middle ground, which is a little less extreme, wherein international waters no longer factor in. But it was agreed upon and signed by all of the members who have contended that zone.
Well, we are a bit worried about that, but we see China as a trusting country. They have changed their changed how they have spoken.
We do not wish to claim huge majorities of the South China Sea, but we're also not going to be unreasonable in dropping claims that are historically Chinese. But we feel as though the agreement that we've come to, which has us retain control of the Parcel Sea primarily, is agreeable, and we have had no issues with the, Vietnam, Philippines.
We will have no objections to it. We will just keep our eye on the situation. I do wish to also speak to you, on complete Taiwanese independence. We have not endorsed such a policy. We're waiting for how the Taiwanese or the Republican Chinese people were to react to this. But in the event where Taiwanese independence. Complete Taiwanese independence becomes favorable to weak voters, would you be willing to accept that?
As far as I'm concerned, you are entirely independent of us right now.
Okay, very well. We just want to make sure that there is no
Let me make it very clear. We have gone with the two-China policy. The Republic of China is an independent entity from the People's Republic of China, and we do maintain that.
and the DPP is willing to continue the two-China policy.
Wonderful. Assuming obviously cooperation can be done, we feel as though as long as you prosper, we will prosper as well through trade and cooperation.
Of course, we want to set a balance between ourselves, you and the United States. We want to have more of an equal.
Agreed. And revolving specifically the Taiwan Strait, we did wish to set up a joint maritime trade authority, which we discussed last time, which I am sure you are still accepting too.
Of course, I wanted to discuss the fishing in the Taiwan Strait. When fishing with fish numbers go down, are you willing to like slowly stop fishing for the time to let the populations replenish?
China is taking a very long-term approach in regards to all resources, including fishing rights within all of our coastal waters, and we will be involving obviously many of our economic and statistical bureaus to ensure that a healthy population is maintained there. So we would like to cooperate with the Taipei government in ensuring that fish spawning and fish populations are maintained at a very healthy rate, where we are able to continue to have our maritime industry there and get the seafood that our people rely upon for economic prosperity, as well as eating, of course, but also maintain that we do not simply fish those waters until there's nothing left.
We are happy to hear that. We believe that we still need to maintain a healthy fish population for fishing to really prosper.
We are fully agreed. I would like to go ahead and make you aware that you are going to see in the coming days a report of an economic organization being founded known as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The purpose of this was built off of the Shanghai Five, a political and economic cooperation between Russia, China, and several other countries. We are going to be formally developing it into an economic cooperation zone. The parallels will, of course, immediately be made between the EU and the SCO, but we reject that. It is simply a more broader developmental and currency organization that seeks to cooperate on a more decentralized scale compared to the more centralized European Union. We just wish to formally make you aware of that situation.
We are interested to see how this will prosper.
And although we know that you are still really on the fence between Asia and America, we would like to say that the SCO is open to friends of the Shanghai Cooperation, including Republic of China. So if you ever are interested in joining that zone and getting the myriad of benefits that will come with it, that door will always be open to you, regardless of whatever party is in power in Taipei.
At the moment, we will not be interested in joining, though we will keep a close eye on it, and
of course,
we will go back to you in the future if we change your mind.
Wonderful.
Very well.
Before I leave, would you be open to signing a trade agreement?
Regarding what?
Specifically, economic cooperation and the exporting of goods back and forth to China. We want to get rid of a lot of the trade restrictions which have existed in the past, due primarily, obviously, to the one China policy that we have abandoned. So this would allow a lot more ease of access of Taipei and the Republic of China to export their goods, especially high-tech goods such as chips, which China always needs to develop their high-tech industry to China at very low tariff rates.
Well, I think the semiconductors would need to be speak differently. Semiconductors are mainly what's one of the major things Taiwan has, and we need to have special laws regarding our semiconductors to make sure that the companies, any factories or semiconductor companies that are owned in foreign countries are majority owned by Taiwanese officials, and we want to make sure that there are no.
We're not asking explicitly for you to build factories and then allow us to control them. We are asking for the freeing up of export laws so that you can just simply get your goods to China, the People's Republic of China, in a more expedited fashion. That's what we're asking for here.
We will do that with every single material except the semiconductors. We want to further solidify our semiconductor laws before we start majorly exporting them across all countries.
You already exported broadly to the United States and European countries, so the question would be, why is it any different for us?
Because I apologize, I don't want to say this harshly, but the People's Republic of China doesn't have the best history when it comes to intellectual property, and we cannot suffer any sort of intellectual property theft. This does not only go with the People's Republic of China, this goes with other
if this was a public meeting, I would of course immediately protest your words, but seeing as this is a private meeting and we're both very realistic, I do admit that that is a valid reason for this. I will say we are attempting to change those laws and to take a more international approach on them, but granted.
Well, when we see the I say intellectual property be more respected in the People's Republic of China, we may be willing to further export more semiconductors. Though you have to understand that semiconductors are one of the most important things.
Oh, I understand. Your
Taiwan.
economy is primarily based on high-tech exports like that. We
Yes.
completely understand.
Yes. So we were all willing to sign this trade agreement with all resources except the semiconductors. That is something you're willing.
We're in agreement then.
All right, very well. I also have one more thing. We will be passing the anti-infiltration bill, just to make sure that election security will be safe. We just wanted to make sure that's we're going to be announcing that to the whole world, because we have seen a bit of uptick of foreign spies, even including the West, and we're
Really?
Our next meeting will be.
Have you explicitly do you know which countries they're coming from, or is it just generally you suspect that there's a lot of going on?
We can tell there's Western spies. We'll be passing anti-infiltration bills to make sure that the fake news cannot really spread false.
I'm sorry to hear that, and completely understand. If you require any help from the People's Republic of China, do not hesitate to approach our own intelligence agency.
No, we just want to make sure that there's no mainland Chinese spies in the the Republic of China.
Of course.
All right. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I think that is it. Goodbye.
It is a much more progressive pro-Western government we're dealing with, so we'll have to do a lot more work if we want to really continue to cooperate with them. We don't have the relationship that we would have had under the Kuomintang, sadly, so... Bro doesn't shower! Do you not know, Elise, that it is a well-known fact that your Hearts of Iron skills are entirely dependent on your inability to take a shower? Every time you shower, your ability to micro an invasion in the competitive games of Hearts of Iron goes down. That's just a fact. All the pro comp players, you know, guys like Tommy K, they live in a perpetual state of not showering. It's a well-known fact that Tommy K hasn't showered in 6 years, which is why his comp micro skills are so good. And that's just a fact. I don't make that up. It's just a fact. So, you know.
Greetings.
Hello there.
We would like to request a two-way office sector investment to show unity between our nations.
Given that we have already done a very large investment into Korea recently, I believe, perhaps you will simply invest back into China, given that we put, I believe, quite a lot of money into South Korea.
Yes, as I'm sure you might not be aware, but Korea, in the last month, Korea has 4 presidents, so I was not aware of that deal, but yes, we will gladly return the favor.
We are aware of the instability currently happening within your country, but given that we put, I believe, $60 billion in investments into Seoul, perhaps making up some of that in investments back into China would be a really good way to move forward with cooperation.
Alright, do you want civs or office sectors?
Office sectors, if you could.
Alright, I could do 3 of those at one point, but I'll be a bit further down.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll give you 2 now, and then I'll give you 1 later. Alright, second off, the government that was elected during the Korean elections and times of instability is very pro-reunification, and we'd like to invite both the US and China, and possibly the Russians, as the main powers in the Korean disunification to aid us in this reunification of peoples and families.
Given that North Korea currently, has no desire to reunify under the Kim dynasty, we can't support that.
Yeah, out of RP, it's mainly just, like I said, not get involved and just let it happen.
Out of roleplay, man, like, given the fact that they are still under the Kim dynasty, roleplay-wise, you're going to have to put in the work to make that actually happen, because just clicking focuses is not valid roleplay to get a Kim-led North Korea to be annexed by you.
Yeah. Alright, go back. Good day.
Good day to you as well. If you shower, how will you get the body grease fuel for flame tanks? Fucking hell. This is true. Elitist Paradox players worship Nurgle. That's true. That's true. Every professional comp player is actually a follower of Nurgle. So, that's very true. That is very true. All right, we have formally established the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The SCO is a Eurasian intergovernmental organization that primarily focuses on economic, political, and security-related matters. Its predecessor, the Shanghai Five, was formed by Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan to resolve disputes and foster cooperation. The SCO has emerged as a broadening and deepening of the original vision, facilitating not only improvement to relations between member states, but also a noticeable increase in Russian and Chinese influence in Central Asia, and economic cooperation, of course. So we'll go ahead and do joint exercises. We'll do developmental assistance to, what's on our border? Tajikistan, I think? Yep. Kyrgyzstan is also on our border. And then we'll do Kazakhstan as well. We're going to drill for oil on the Parcel Islands. They're jointly administered now with Vietnam, so that won't cause too much political issues. I'm going to go ahead and go write a post on the SCO. The establishment of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Today, China, Russia, and other members are proud to announce the creation of the SCO. This is an IGO tasked with the building up of
By the way,
good relations and trust to allow our countries to work together for a future we can all enjoy. This,
By the way,
one second, let me finish my thing. This organization is tasked primarily with fostering economic cooperation and will seek to provide huge developmental assistance as well as industrial growth and technology sharing to ensure Eastern countries remain competitive in global markets. China formally offers an open hand to all Asian countries interested in becoming a member or cooperating with the pact. The goal of this group is not to make it elitist or exclusionary, as it is through mutual cooperation that prosperity can be attained in the future. We hope it to stand as an example of economic cooperation without the heavy-handed economic policy the EU suffers from. Cool. Gotta throw a little jab at the EU at the end there.
Yeah, like you do, you know. But out of RP, you did get the 2 office sectors.
I did, yes.
Alright, because it says I still got the money, so I'll just give you everyone now.
I thought I accepted it. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I'll just send it again. Oh wait, I'll check my investments actually. No, apparently I didn't give it to you. Alright, there you go, just here.
Here we go. Here's an SEO image. We'll use that.
Alright, there we go. Let me see.
All right, so we have formally established the SCO now, which is, I mean, if you know anything about politics, you'll know about the SCO. It did not get established until the early 2000s, so we're being pretty historically with the timeline here for the most part. It's only going to be made up of us. Did Russia not join it?
Out of RP, can I join that even though in the game I can't join that? Like,
you can be. Can you be invited to it?
Oh wait, it's a faction.
Yeah, you need
a.
Yeah, no. So, it's a modifier country skin. But I do want to say, Jackie, I do not want you hanging out with my VC. Just heads up.
Yeah. I was just asking.
Cool.
So
Just making sure. If you go to your decisions, there is a system for getting into it, but you can read about it there. Then we'll build a few more nuclear reactors on the coastline to power all that industry, and then we'll build a couple in the interior as well. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to open the nuclear menu here, which is always very inconvenient, but it needs to be done. We'll do low enriched uranium, and we're going to use it all for fuel production.
Hello, is President Erdogan of the Republic of Turkey.
Greetings.
The chairman of China.
I do apologize. I'm just finalizing some very important nuclear documents here. Let me just go ahead and sign that off really quickly. All right. What can I do for you?
First of all, thank you very much for hosting me in Beijing. I brought something with me. I have some Turkish delights for you, the best ones.
My wife, she keeps telling me to watch my weight, so I'll have to run that past her, but it is a very nice gift for you to give. I thank you.
My wife is saying the same for me, but yeah, anyway. I got some informations from a great friend of mine, Vladimir Putin. He told me that you work on economical pact. Is this correct?
We have formally established the SCO, which I'm sure you have heard about in the news.
Of course, so it was a bit, how should I say, I was busy with getting in charge. We needed to change a lot of ministries, so I couldn't look at every news.
I understand. We're all leaders and very busy men, of course.
Yes. But Turkey has a lot of interest in joining such a sphere and organization. I just wanted to keep you
are
informed.
aware of its purpose, President Erdogan, I assume?
Its purpose is to counter US influence, as far as I'm informed.
You have been informed incorrectly. The purpose of the SCO is to develop an economic cooperation organization, which is not as centralized as the EU, but functions similarly in the sense that it is a broad economic and market zone. So it would probably in the future require no export or import limits on other members of the SCO, and would require economic development and trade priority to fellow SCO members, and the development of a larger economic zone that, although it will certainly compete with the West, with the EU, with America's zone, it is explicitly not designed for that, but rather through prosperity, through mutual assistance and development.
I see. I mean, this is very important for me. All of the things that you mentioned are the things that I wish for the Turkish future. And I know that the Chinese markets are very big, and China has a lot of protection for the markets in their own country, and we respect this. And we would like to work together in such an organization, if it works.
Of course.
So we would be very open in investigating the
assuming
organization
that the SCO, you are able to meet the standards that we have set for membership and begin that process, we have no issue with you. Turkey is obviously a trade partner already with China. You did a lot to help us in expediting the movement of the Ukrainian carrier through the Bosphorus, which we are very thankful for. So we are, of course, very open to such a situation proposal.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chairman. I wish you to visit Istanbul or Ankara one time.
I hope I get the time. As you know, there's a lot going on in China right now in the SCO, and I struggle to make it outside the capital, let alone to to other capitals, but I hope at some point I will be able to go to your beautiful capital.
Perfect. Thank you very much for hosting me. I will fly back now.
Of course. Thank you for your time. Turkey is interested in joining the SCO as well. I do want to open the door to India being involved with it, but let's see. I think never a mutual investment deal with India would be very wise, and we need to have a long talk with them, so let's go do that.
Hey. Welcome.
Hold, please hold for Chairman Zeman.
Welcome, Chairman.
Hello there. Rajpai, is that you?
It's I.
Ah, wonderful. Good to speak with you. It's nice to be speaking from the comfort of our offices and not in that, incredibly cold Himalayan mountains where we spoke last.
Indeed. Here, have some wine here.
Ah, I have a glass of water. My wife's getting on to me about, you know, the excesses in life. We have to set a good example for the party here. I'm sure you understand.
I understand.
The youth, they're very, they always follow that what the elders of the party do. So I think, setting a bad example of my enjoyment of alcohol. So I have to drink water for now, at least publicly like this. I hope you're in good health. I hope your recent election went very well. It's good to see that the BJP is still firmly in party. Congratulations.
Thank you. We had a slight period of hanging parliament, although begrudgingly I had to invite a bit too nationalistic of a party into the coalition.
Oh my! I do hope it wasn't that nationalistic group with the what is it, a bow and an arrow, I believe, of their symbol. I forget the name of it.
The Telugu party, indeed.
And I hope you didn't form a coalition with them. I had a very bad document I reviewed one time about that party and how they were potentially gaining more traction within your country.
Indeed. Well,
disappointing to hear, but I'm confident in your ability to keep them in line, Prime Minister.
In regards to foreign policy, yes, indeed. Although we had to, one of the bigger qualms was barring women from military service, which I had to, of course, allow them. Long term, I don't exactly know if it's a bad thing or a good thing. Although I wouldn't, if I would have failed, perhaps a nationalistic coalition would have been formed, or perhaps a social democratic one. Although I do not think they would be able to form a government, a stable government, that's matters of democratic nations, basically. What have you come here to discuss?
I came here for two reasons. The first one is to discuss the establishment of the SCO and how that relates to India. And the second matter is the discussion of inter-country development.
Investments.
We wanted to first off discuss the SCO with you. I'm sure you have seen in the news the establishment of the SCO, and I'm sure you've kept abreast of that situation, as it does obviously border you.
Yes, indeed.
We would like to just say that this cooperation zone, we do not wish to make it exclusionary, so if India was wish to partner with it, both in a very light sense or in a more involved sense, you're welcome to, as there would be many developmental benefits and among other things that would be included in cooperation with the SCO. But even if you don't, we want to make sure that you understand that we will also continue to prioritize our deals and commitments to India, of course.
And so.
In regards to mutual investment, we wish the CCP Developmental Fund has quite a lot of capital that we are currently able to invest right now, and we are looking for countries to do some mutual investment with. And since India is becoming more of an economic partner with us, we just thought to cooperate with you on that.
Well, indeed. We also have a rather large fund at the moment ready for investment.
And I suppose it simply comes down to how much India is willing to invest, and we would be willing to match it.
We of thinking about 500 billion.
We can absolutely manage that. I will say it will take a few days, as currently we are still have a lot of projects going on, but over the next little while we can absolutely do that. Are you looking for civilian industry or more office-related capital investments from some of our...
A mix, we think. Mostly civilian factories, although in the capital region I think it's more fitting for office sectors. It's a 500. That is 8 times 5. 2.
We'll have 2 more available in 9 days.
Is Beijing full for investment right now?
Beijing, I believe, is, yes. I would recommend that perhaps you invest in the Guangdong region in the south, or Guangxi region, or maybe even Hainan.
That should be all. 500.
Wonderful. Waiting the last couple days here.
That's 200 billion. 3.
What to join the SCO? I'd say, you know, a little bit long-term role playing. You definitely want to talk to China and Russia about it before you got into the details of it, I would say.
What's that to me?
No. Bangladesh was asking in my chat about
Okay.
SCO stuff.
Yes. Better relations with China and Russia would indeed be agreeable. Although, as India is a member of course, the Commonwealth of Nations and have good relations with Europe in terms of trade and the like, we would not like for it to harm these relations.
Of course. The SCO is a separate entity from other things. It's not an exclusive economic zone, and you do not need to be a member to cooperate with it either. You can be an associate status, which allows you to get many of the benefits, not all, while maintaining all of your, obviously, other commitments. I'm just waiting for the last few of these to go away so I can invest some more in you.
And I believe that's 500 billion here.
That's weird, it just restarted.
Yeah. I may also inform you that we have had a large project for developing infrastructure both around in the south and also in northern regions, as well as 3G coverage in most of India.
That's good to hear.
That's civilian factories, and I said in the capital I would prefer office sectors and
Sure.
Haryana. Thank you. And the rest could be civilian, perhaps in the south.
I've done 3, so 2 more.
Thank you. In regards to, of course, the SEO and Russia, what's your opinion on the entire the diplomatic conflict that they currently have with Australia. It's all
China is going to stay entirely neutral on that subject. We're not going to involve ourselves at all, as it does involve two people that we currently trade with, so we're just simply going to stay neutral and out of that entirely. Wonderful. That should be around 500 billion, I believe. Let me look.
And the Indian government is indeed willing to enter talks and of entering the SAO.
Wonderful. If you would like to, China obviously views India as a very close partner. How is your current relationship with Mr. Putin and the Russians?
It's quite good. We have mutual investments with them and great relations in terms of trade.
As long as there's economic cooperation between the two of you, that's the majority of it. As I've said before, the SCO, although it will retain political cooperation and dealing with joint security threats such as terrorism and drug trafficking, we will primarily make it almost entirely an economic cooperative agreement. So as long as there's economic cooperation already there, that's really what is necessary for further involvement within the SCO.
Well, indeed.
We want to make sure that, unlike the EU, there's no overlap between economic matters and political matters for the most part.
Well, indeed, and of course, India, China, and Russia are much more different in terms of political.
Very different.
And in European Union.
We don't view ourselves having to explicitly always agree on all political policy to still maintain very close economic relationships.
Indeed.
Is there anything else I could talk with you today, Mr. Vajpayee?
Not right now. Although I'm quite bewildered by the Italian situation. As of now.
I don't understand what the Italians are currently what's going on there, to be honest. China's simply staying out of it, as we didn't have a lot of close cooperation with Italy to begin with. It seems to me that it's been a breakdown of their ability to really cooperate as a government, unfortunately.
Indeed.
I will have to leave, as it appears that there is a developing situation in Ukraine right now.
I see. Then good day.
Okay, war just got started between Ukraine and the United States of America.
Playing with the fire.
That may just be a rumor, but the Donetsk people are saying that...
Greetings, Mr. Putin. What exactly is going on here? I was just made aware of this while I was having a conversation with the Prime Minister of India.
Well, the Ukrainian people have been really, how should I say, especially the government has been really anti-Russian lately. They're getting lots and lots investments from America, which has been is a break of our agreement we had previously, and therefore Russia, to protect its national interests, seized Crimea there. In addition, we support the Donbas breakaway region, which just has been declared war upon by the United States, which has the potential to be a massive escalation because America is now directly intervening in my sphere of influence.
I think due to the fact that America is now explicitly at war with Novorossiya and how this could develop into a crisis situation, China would like to call an emergency United Nations meeting.
Russia's for that, yeah.
Is,
Okay.
of course, in favor of this.
Let me go grab our game controller. Mr. GC, China's calling for an emergency UN meeting regarding the possible world war that's about to occur over the Novorossiya region and the Crimean situation.
Oh god, okay, let me there. Wait, first things first, you have to or get the NSC in you, or we have to talk to General Assembly to make a 75% of the General Assembly.
Let's call a General Assembly meeting. Let's do it just like a regular UN session, then we can split off into the Security Council if necessary as well.
Well, I mean, it is a bit difficult to do that because by what I've learned, but
emergency UN meetings can be called for situations like this, though.
Oh no, I understand, but it has to have the UNSC recommendation or the 75% of the General Assembly's approval. So
I believe every single one of the Security Council is for it. Russia's for it. France is for it. We're for it.
In that case,
if you want to go talk to the UK and America and see if they're up for it, I assume they will be, seeing as this is about to be a world war.
I'll take it as a yes. So in that case, with the UNSC recommendation, I will start the UN meeting.
That's good.
I'll start up there.
All right, so we're gonna have a UN meeting, obviously, given that there's potentially about to be a world war. America is at war with Novorussia. Novorussia is basically a puppet state of Russia, so we're on the edge of a pretty bad situation here, to be honest. And I can't switch that code. I can't do that. We're about to lose tier 3 for the Discord, though, so it won't even really matter. So I'll change it next time we get there.
And just gather all the members here. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a UN meeting, a emergency meeting to talk about Donbass situation. Now this has been brought to attention by the UNSC. With Vienna's recommendation, I have started a UN emergency meeting. Before we start even drafting resolutions, I'd like to ask anyone would like to talk and speak first. And again, I'd like to ask the speeches to keep it short, 1 minute at least, at max. Thank you very much. I will start with the speeches. The UN acknowledges the delegation of Australia.
Delegates of the United Nations, let it be known that the Australian people are condemning this action by the Russian aggressors. This is the second time within less than a decade that the Russian people have acted in an aggressive nature, violating the territorial waters of Australia, and now violating the recognized territory of Ukraine, taking Crimea, and now supporting a puppet in the eastern section of Ukraine. Furthermore, developing news in Africa has concerned the Australian government and its people. Mengistu Mariam has been reinstated as the Ethiopian leader. This individual has a history of genocide. In the 90s, committed massive genocide. And furthermore, the Ethiopian government previously, before this hostile takeover, were trying to sentence him to death for his genocide in Ethiopia. Today, I would like the United Nations to support Ukraine, and furthermore, support our resolution that we are writing up and drafting to propose to the United Nations in this meeting to sanction Ethiopia for reinstalling a genocidal maniac. That's all.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the delegates of the Republic of China.
Hello. We are greatly concerned that there's a war in Donbass. We would like to openly support Ukraine in this ordeal. We have sanctioned several Russian officials as well as banned all semiconductor exports to Russia. And we may do the same to any of those who continue to support Russia military and maybe even politically. We cannot stand for war in time of peace, and we were putting our foot down on this. We cannot let this happen. We will also potentially discuss further cooperation with Ukraine regarding other agreements. And that is it.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges delegates of Canada. Again, keep it short, gentlemen. 1 minute max.
Hello, gentlemen. Today we stand here at the brink of world destruction as we know it. The Russian Federation has unlawfully sponsored and sided with the unrecognized and illegitimate Novorossiya state. This is an action we simply cannot tolerate. Russia has been far too aggressive in the past. It has threatened our allies in Australia, and now it threatens the sovereign and independent Ukraine. We cannot stand for this, and so we demand that the UN move to sanction and prevent the expansion of Russia in all manners. We are also announcing a drastic increase in defense spending to further counter threats of the modern era. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the delegates of Russia.
Gentlemen, Ukraine has recently made deals that completely infringe on our territorial integrity and our interests. Thus, I decided to seize Crimea and sponsor the Donbas region to get free from Ukraine. Furthermore, America directly got involved into this war. If America does not back down, Russia announces a special military operation inside of the Donbas to ensure that the Donbas peoples are safe from American oppression. If America does not back down, the Russian military has the authorization to shoot at any American military equipment that will arrive there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the delegates of the People's Republic of China.
Greetings.
Sorry about that.
Please.
Right,
Wonderful.
Sorry.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We find ourselves here under a very unfortunate situation. China finds the escalating situation in Ukraine to be absolutely unacceptable and damaging both the international norms, global military security, and as well as China and her allies' own economic stability. The actions in Crimea must be properly investigated by the UN. However, we find the most issue in America's unacceptable unilateral military action by declaring war on Novorossiya. This is an extremely dangerous thing to do, and we would call upon President Bush to stand down, as starting a war in the Ukraine against a splinter state here could spell global destruction. Such a quick knee-jerk reaction by the United States is not unexpected, but it is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the delegates of the United States.
Yes, thank you. When I declared my war on terror, I meant war on terror. Russia's not only seizing of land from Ukraine is showing that he wishes to play bully with Crimea, especially within the Ukraine region. The US will not tolerate open
John?
terrorist actions.
John, how you
by
been, man?
Putin. We may have let slide your Australian actions, but the US will not bow down to your threats. We will send special troops to Ukraine to crush these terrorists like we crushed Iraqi terrorists. The US will not back down to such a aggressive Russian policy. Ukraine will have its independence respected.
Been working a lot, I feel it, man.
Words, Putin. That is all.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges
playing
the
with fire.
delegates of France. France?
Never
Damn
mind.
it.
Never mind. I don't want to.
No worries. The UN acknowledges the delegates of Turkey. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Republic of Turkey views the current events in Ukraine with great concern. Russians and Ukrainians have great relations with the Turkish state and our citizens. We have a deep connections with both nations, also from the fact that both nations like to spend their vacations in Turkey, so our people have a very deep connection. As the president of Turkey and a neutral party in this conflict, I invite the Ukrainian and Russian governments to talks for mediation in Istanbul. Thank you very much.
Oh, you did, Fury. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Congrats, man.
With no country wanting to talk, I will get a resolution that has been drafted by. You haven't announced. I'm sorry. The UN acknowledges delegates of Sudan.
Thank you. Oh, you always forget Sudan, don't you, Mr. Speaker?
He didn't message me. I'm sorry. You haven't notified us.
You. No,
My
let's not
apologies.
think about this now. We can talk about this later.
Go
Now,
ahead.
my good sir, I would want to put on 2 points here. Since Australian involvement in African politics should be denounced and should not be spoken of. Australia does not know Ethiopian history, does not know how African history was brutal because of colonial expansion and colonial abuse. So you cannot put all the fault into one man for that. It was, in the time, it was the right thing to do. Secondly, we would like to talk about the Russian-Ukraine conflict as just as the Russians in the Ukrainian territory should have their own say of liberty instead of having colonialism dictate what they can and cannot do, and imperialism. Now that is all I have to speak about. This has been a disgrace from both nations of the U.S. and Australia. We will go now. I will relinquish my time.
Thank you very much, and apologies again. You have not notified us, but apologies. I'll go with the resolutions now. Right now, Australia has presented a resolution not to the Russia, but to Ethiopia, as they have brought it up on their speech. I will be sending it on so everyone can read on the news channel. Gentlemen, here are the Australian proposal on Ethiopia. I'll give 1 minute to everyone to read, give time to think about it, and then we'll go with the voting procedure.
A proposal to the UN on Ethiopia. The United States will sanction the Ethiopian government due to the reinstallment of President Mengistu Haile Mariam. The United Nations officially condemns the Ethiopian president for his actions with the genocide of the 90s. We're going to stay neutral in this, so we will vote to abstain. He was a really bad guy, to be fair. Just curious, are the majors in the MTRP game considered by the amount of factories? No, we explicitly define them, John.
Again, I will call nation by nation.
There's a system
yes,
in
no,
the
or
mod for it, but you'll have to look at that.
Abstain.
I can explain later.
We'll start with Saudi Arabia for the resolution presented by Australia. Saudi Arabia.
Sorry, abstain.
Thank you very much. Alright, sorry, JK, I do not know your country. I have to, please, come up.
I'm South Korea.
Ah, thank you. South Korea. My apologies.
South Korea votes in favor of the resolution.
We're gonna vote against it. I forgot how much actually influence we have over Mengistu and Ethiopia.
Sorry, the United Kingdom.
You're in favor.
Thank you very much. Australia.
Australia votes in favor.
Thank you very much. Canada.
Canada votes in favor of the resolution.
Thank you very much. India.
We abstain.
Thank you very much. USA. United States.
Yeah, United States abstains.
Thank you very much. Republic of China.
We vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Russia.
The Russian Federation would like to say no to this resolution.
Thank you very much. Turkey.
The Republic of Turkey abstains.
Thank you. Ukraine.
It's gonna pass.
Sorry, I am here to video call. I condemn this action. Thank you.
it's a yes.
We'll have to go neutral because this could harm our
Okay, it's
economic
a yes.
positions.
I condemn the resolution. It is a no.
Thank you very much. Sudan.
No.
Thank you.
We might be able to kill it though.
Thank you very much. France.
We're opposed.
Thank you very much. Bangladesh.
We vote against this.
We can kill it. We'll vote against it.
And last but not least, the People's Republic of China.
China will vote against this resolution.
All right, thank you very much. With 5 yes, 6 no, and 4 abstentions, the resolution is not passed. Gentlemen, we will go for the next resolution presented by Russia. I'll post it up on the news channel as last time.
Yes, we went with the two China policy and we got them into the United Nations. America has to withdraw from the Donbass war immediately. Ukraine has to accept that Crimea is Russian.
1 minute,
wow.
to read.
What's up, everyone? Marmo. This is a UN meeting for the United Nations for our Millennium Dawn roleplay game. We'll vote in favor of that. We're going to side with the Russians. This is a really hot issue, and this is going to hurt our economic interests, but they are in the SCO with us, and that's so new that we need to maintain its strength, so we'll vote in favor of this. It won't get passed, though. There's no way.
Alright, gentlemen, not yet. I will start the voting process now. Again, one by one. For the resolution presented by Russia, starting with Saudi Arabia, what's your vote?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you very much. Oop, I just reset it. I totally forgot about this. Alright, South Korea.
Korea votes for.
Thank you very much.
Interesting.
United Kingdom.
Abstain.
Thank you very much. Australia.
The Aussies vote no, mate.
Thank you very much. Canada.
We vote no against this resolution.
Thank you very much. United States.
It can. It normally doesn't,
vote
Turk.
no against this.
All right. Thank you very much. India.
They're going to abstain.
India votes yes.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Okay.
Republic of China.
We vote against.
Thank you very much. Russia.
Russia vote yes.
Thank you very much. Turkey.
This resolution right here.
Turkey votes yes.
Thank you very
America
much.
withdraws from the war,
Ukraine.
and Crimea is acknowledged to be Russian.
Hello? Wait.
Ukraine,
Okay.
yeah,
Sorry,
your vote.
my Discord was broken.
Crimea just got seized by Russia, and Donbass
define
has got
this.
independent.
I
America
think
declared
that
war.
Crimea is Ukrainian and shall always be Ukrainian.
Thank you very much. Sudan.
We agree.
Thank you very much. France.
We are in favor of this resolution.
Thank you very much. Bangladesh.
We are strongly against this resolution.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, People's Republic of China.
We will vote for this resolution.
Thank you
Right
very
back. I got
much.
you, piss.
Just count the votes here, and I'll be with you in a moment. With 7 yes, excuse me just for a moment. UK has changed its vote to no. So that will be last minute 6 yes, 7 no's, and 2 abstentions. The resolution will not pass. We have a third resolution presented here by Australia. Resolution is the Australian resolution on Russian aggression. I will post it on the news channel so you can all vote and read and then vote. There you go.
You would all see the video channel of the Ukrainian ambassador cut out.
I'll give 1 minute to read.
What's the new resolution? Resolution on Russian aggression. Russia will have to give back the Crimean territory to Ukraine. Russia and America will remain neutral and not aid on any side. Russia will pay for any damages to Crimea if any damages were caused. We'll vote against this.
Gentlemen, that is 1 minute. We will go, or at least 1 minute, we will go and start the voting procedure. Start here.
We're gonna fully back Russia. We just formed the SCO, like I just said, so we'll basically back them on this to a degree.
All right.
It didn't pass.
For the Australian resolution
okay.
on the
Thank
Russian
you,
aggression, Saudi Arabia, your vote?
Abstain.
Thank you very much. South Korea.
RP, can I do what I said in the DMs? Because
That's an amendment. You should amend that first.
I'm just gonna vote against because I don't know.
Thank you very much. United Kingdom.
In favor.
Thank you very much. Australia.
We vote yay, Mike.
Thank you very much. Canada.
We vote in favor of the resolution.
Thank you very much. India.
We vote against this resolution.
Thank you very much.
Wow. I didn't expect any to go this eastern.
United States.
We vote in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Republic of China.
We vote in favor.
Thank you. Russia.
Russia rejects this motion.
Thank you very much. Turkey.
Turkey votes against it.
Thank you very much. Sudan.
We abstain.
Thank you very much. Bangladesh.
We don't think this will bring us anywhere, so we will abstain.
Thank you very much. France.
We vote in favor. Did you also see my team?
Thank you very much. Oops, right. The People's Republic of China.
The PRC will vote against this resolution.
Thank you very much. Just count the votes here. Alright then. With 6 yes, 5 no's, and 3 abstentions, the resolution will not pass. I have a few amendments to go through this resolution.
It's close. It could get real bad here if we don't de-escalate.
Actually, no, never mind. We have no more amendments, no more resolutions. Since the General Assembly could not come into an agreement, I would ask the United Nations Security Council to have their own meeting and see if they could resolve the situation from there. Unfortunately, General Assembly could not reach into the conclusion. This General Assembly meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
The People's Republic of China would like to formally propose that this meeting be chaired by the French given how many parties I think have a very strong opinion regarding the situation.
Russia agrees.
US agrees.
UK agrees.
Perfect. Well, gentlemen, welcome to Paris. I believe that we should start this off with a statement from Russia.
Can you turn up your mic, France, by the way?
Is this better?
Yes, much better, thank you.
I think we should start this off with a statement from Mr. Putin himself.
Yes. Since America has involved itself in this war and is directly interfering in Russian sphere of influence, we perceive this as a direct threat to our national sovereignty and into the territorial integrity. And we ask once again America to withdraw from this war. Otherwise, Russia will safeguard the Donbass by themselves. So we propose that America should immediately withdraw from the Donbass war, as well as recognize that Crimea is now under Russian protection.
It's not going to happen.
I believe that
you can put it to a UNSC vote, but I'm pretty sure you know what's going to happen when it comes to my turn.
I know, Mr. Bush.
But
then we withdraw the last part about Crimea.
No, it was still.
I believe that it should be fair that Russia has to pay for any damages in Crimea. That is a given.
I agree for that.
But however, the United States getting directly involved in a military affair, especially a civil conflict, which it appears to be a civil conflict.
It's terrorism.
America involving itself in an Eastern European affair is frankly going to make NATO into a very big threat. China, as you know, has attempted to kind of involve itself more in the international community, especially economically. However, we are going to have to rethink our more open policy towards the United States if they are going to make a habit of involving themselves in civil conflicts concerning regions that are on the border with NATO.
France will also have to consider its membership within NATO if we have to wage war against our own European brethren.
With UK, and if France leaves and Germany leaves, I think maybe I may need to talk about disbanding NATO if the major powers that.
Does Mr. Bush normally conduct diplomacy regarding foreign affairs with his motives or questions? He just destroys almost century-old military institutions such as NATO?
Well, like I said, I will be talking with my cabinet on it.
France did not formally say that we were leaving NATO either. We just said that we would have to consider our membership.
China would like to formally say that we are very disappointed about the reactionary foreign policy we're hearing from the Bush administration today. It's very disappointing.
But one thing that we will get across is that Americans will not be actually fighting over Russia. Will we just be guarding Kiev and other vital regions? We're not actually going to be putting troops on the Russian border.
Acceptable. America has to withdraw at once from Ukraine as a whole.
We're not withdrawing against terrorism. We didn't withdraw when.
This is not a terrorist state. This is a region. This is a region that broke free, that is not happy with the Ukrainian government, and is seeking their own determination.
They are committed. I have heard reports that they've committed act of terrorism upon rising up. We
have not heard about this report, Mr. Bush.
Even I would like to ask for a moment: is the United Kingdom and France supporting America unilaterally placing troops on the border of Russia in what is going to be seen by China and the international community as a very hostile act? Because they will represent NATO in doing so, which will represent your countries.
We don't.
Of course, we do not.
Yeah,
No,
US had.
This should not reflect Europe's standards.
Stated it won't be putting troops on
Given that America is the leader of NATO, you are representing your whole faction and your actions here, Mr. Bush. I would caution you to consider that stance.
I've already stated with Russia that I'm not putting any troops on his border. They are
putting them in Ukraine is still on the border of Russia. You can pretend anything you like.
There's no guarantee that the United States military operations will not drift towards the Russian border.
Correct.
They are being closely watched by the military police.
You'll
so
you'll forgive us if that doesn't seem kind
I'm
of
sure
meaningless.
That the United States, I'm sure that the United States is well aware of what it's doing. However, we can't trust your involvement. You're directly involved in this war. Russia is not directly involved in this war.
U.S.
Not yet, but if America stays there, Russia will get directly involved in this war. I can guarantee you that, gentlemen.
U.S.
Today.
will withdraw its troops to Poland. We will stay them in Poland as Poland is a member of NATO, which is we are within our own right and reason to have troops in Poland.
That is good to
That is
hear.
agreeable.
I would like to call upon NATO to have a discussion regarding these actions, as if China continues to see such dangerous actions from NATO countries regarding the Eastern European region, we are going to really have to reevaluate our political, military, and economic relationship with NATO countries here, because this is seen as a very hostile act by Beijing. We understand this is a complex situation, but such a quick action without even consulting with Beijing, and from the sound of it, possibly even other NATO countries, means that we do hope that NATO will be able to get their system more in line in the future, as this has resulted in us getting closer to a nuclear and international war than I think we've seen the world in quite some time.
I agree.
Can I get a promise from the NATO countries here that this is going to happen? Because otherwise, we're not.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
The French will call for this meeting.
Good.
Because
So
this
let me
this
just-
war and this involvement in this war does not reflect Europe as a whole.
Let me just interrupt real quick. I'm so sorry. If the UNSC cannot reach into an agreement, again, we can go back to the General
We are
Assembly.
still in discussions at present.
Okay, just a bit of warning there. If you guys can't come to an agreement, we can go back to the General Assembly, as you have a few resolutions online. A resolution online. All right, thank you very much.
So I would propose on the table for us to vote on that the United States withdraw its military, which they've stated that they would, to Poland. The Russian government does not get involved any further in this conflict than they already are. And whatever happens in Ukraine happens in Ukraine.
Russia supports this motion.
America supports this proposal.
Okay, supports this proposal.
China supports this proposal.
Very well. Does somebody want to be the spokesperson for the UNSC?
I think if China could do that, maybe, or France.
I don't think we need to call everyone back into a meeting though, so we can just write it out here. And since the French proposed it, I would recommend that they write it out.
Okay.
Very well.
Since they are also chairing this meeting.
About the African issue, I think as well. Should we talk about that?
Which one are you referring to?
The proposal that Australia made about Ethiopia.
Although Mengistu has done some not particularly amazing things due to China's very close relationship with Ethiopia, I can make it very clear that any proposals to sanction or harm Ethiopia's economy will get vetoed immediately by the People's Republic of China.
Same stance Russia has.
It's our opinion that we should, as European powers, we should not be getting involved in Africa anymore.
I do agree with that.
It's not our position to be doing that. It's, if anybody, it's regions within Africa. And we should have faith in the UA, the African Union, rather, the AU, to be able to make its own decisions.
Is there anything else the Security Council wishes to discuss, or can we adjourn the meeting?
There's nothing from the Russian side.
Nothing from China?
Nothing from US, but we do wish we wish to hopefully see a unified Korea. Maybe that would be. But other than that, no, we have nothing else.
Very well. We'll bring this meeting to an end then. All right. That was a very interesting meeting. A second, let me get a playlist going. We got very close to World War there. America got really quickly involved when they had no business doing so that was worrying.
Hello.
Hello there.
This is Chen Shui-Ben of the Republic of China. I wish to speak to you.
It is always enjoyable speaking with you. What can I do for you today?
We question your support for Russia in Ukraine. Can we get more of a detailed response onto why you support Russia so much?
We didn't support Russia in that conflict. We were opposed to America's almost creating of a world war by involving themselves in a region of Europe that is not under the control of NATO. That was our concern in that situation.
Very well. Can we guarantee that Russia will get no military support regarding equipment or divisions in Ukraine? Or
No, we are gonna stay neutral in the Ukrainian issue. Frankly, behind closed doors, off the record, China feels that this whole situation is dramatically harming both China's economic sphere, as well as the SCO, as well as the future we are trying to build economically with Russia. So we find this whole situation to be unfortunate and dangerous.
If you did not know, we did indeed ban any semiconductor exports to Russia, and we wish for you to not circumvent that ban, and you do not provide semiconductors that you buy from us. Because if we do find out that this happens,
as far as I'm aware, last time we met, you made it clear that you had no interest in exporting them to the People's Republic of China to begin with.
Well, we export like more outdated versions, not the newer versions. If you weren't, I apologize if I did not make that very clear. The more outdated versions we are willing to export, but the more modern versions. But we don't wish to give them any sort of semiconductors whatsoever.
I understand.
So I feel like, and also, what political support will you go to in favor of Russia? As you know, our people are very much in support of Ukraine, and so therefore our government is.
China will continue to maintain its neutral stance on the Ukrainian conflict.
Very well. We are happy about this, and I think that if it stays like this, we can have further economic cooperation. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll speak with you soon.
Bye.
Ukraine's not doing well in this war. They pushed them to the river. They've gotten military aid. Ukraine is just simply losing. Novorussia has no... America's still not out of this war. I assume they don't have troops, but Novorussia is... it doesn't have any volunteers or anything. They just push back the Ukrainian military there. That's wild. Is there any way to increase stability except changing tax levels? What's up, Martino? Yes, there are. It comes in the form of policy changes. For example, higher education quality gives stability. Healthcare spending gives stability. And then welfare spending gives stability. We're about to do a healthcare overhaul, but we're going to do that after we finish fusion energy. I got to make a post about that right now. They did get military aid, Tasha. Yes, they did. All right, let me write out a post right now. Fusion on the horizon. China takes its commitments very seriously. We promised in the Paris Climate Accord to reduce our emissions and pursue alternative energy options. In addition, the 5 paths to prosperity outlined by our chairman at the beginning of the 21st century explicitly called for an energy independent future. Since China does not have the oil wells to ever make the energy needed to be independent of their own accord, and will no longer pursue the oil wealth below the South China Sea. There remains only one option. Already, we have opened construction on a dozen new nuclear power plants, some of which are close to being complete. This will go a long way to creating clean fuel as China leads the way in developing alternative solutions. We are also very proud to announce that we are close to completing a fusion reactor. This will be the first of its kind, as our scientists' ingenuity have resulted in a new system for almost unlimited power. We would be happy to teach the Europeans and Americans how to pursue this technology in their own time as well, and stay hopeful that the US will honor its promises and cut back on dirty fuels which continue to plague their country. Go Chinese fusion. The technology has been possible for a while, but it would require a ridiculous amount of money, scientific ingenuity, and some luck to actually get it happening. No, yeah, go for it, John. I don't mind. Wonderful. Alrighty. So basically all of our scientific research, massive amounts of money, and all of our political power is going to the development of a actually energy positive fusion reactor and fusion energy systems, which if we can get done, will give us massive prestige in the international community, as well as recognition technologically, which China has been seeking for quite some time. So, what's up, Big Chest Streams? You've lost a ton of weight since I was last here. What's up, Chef? Thanks, man. Yeah, I lost like 40 pounds, so glad you noticed. Fuck yeah. Can you go from 21% stability to 100 just by changing education and healthcare? No. You can go up a lot, but not that much. There are some focuses that explicitly give like a weekly like stability increase, which is what you want if you want 100% stability. There's a couple I think in the Chinese focus tree. I'd have to take a look at it though. Congrats or condolences. How you doing, man? Been a while. I assume you're about to get going with school again, aren't you? Yeah, it was all from the beard. That's true. What's up, Vambi? That is very accurate. When I shaved my beard, I actually lost 30 pounds. Funny story. Yeah, it's true. All this capital again. We're gonna work on healthcare reforms next. That'll be really expensive. Let's go write a blurb on that as well. We're gonna do a lot of Diplo posts right now. Doing all right. I got a new government job, really, and it's been keeping me busy. I'm going back to school, but I'm taking a lot fewer classes. Ah, I got you. Well, that's cool. I hope your new job is treating you well and everything is going good.
Greetings.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
I've seen in the news recently that China has expanded its nuclear power capability.
We are within months potentially of the development of the first net positive fusion reactor on the planet.
Yes, and I saw that, and I know this is a bit far, even for the one, and since I am not the one with the fusion reactor, but I would like to support the idea of as many parts of Asia and many Asians do not have access to the power nations like.
So we haven't formally announced this yet, President Dong Young, but what we are planning on doing is making our fusion technology completely available to all SCO members. So if South Korea is interested in pursuing closer ties to the SCO cooperation zone, that technology we would be willing to make completely available to you, assuming you'd be willing to sign documents that you would not give this technology away to countries outside of the SCO. If you are interested in pursuing these technologies and wish for further economic and technological cooperation with China, we would recommend you perhaps pursue a path towards closer cooperation with the SCO, and that technology would be made available to you.
Yes, that's not what we came here for, but yes, that is a very good.
Regardless, a meeting does not always have to go the way you plan, you know.
Yes, it's a very good byproduct, and we appreciate this, and you should see us going down this path in future months or years. But what I was going to say was, we could a possible, almost EU kind of system where nations like, say, Korea and China with power to spare can create systems to send it to nations that need power more, such as some sections of India, Indonesia, the Philippines.
That would be a system China would love to be involved in. However, yet again, since we do focus primarily on our SCO partners, we would have to only include the fellow SCO members in a system like that. But since we do hope to expand it to other Asian countries very soon, we hope that something like that could absolutely be done.
Yeah, and out of RP, is there a way for me to join the SEO in roleplay? Because I need to be...
Yeah, so you just need to conduct talks with China and then Russia and then go associate status. In your decisions, do you see the SEO decisions?
Yeah, no, but I need to be emerging to do that.
Ah, well. That is something to consider then.
I can join the faction, but yeah. So is good to just do it in roleplay, or no, do I need to actually join it?
If you just want to roleplay out, you can, and if in roleplay, if you're in the SCO, then you get the fusion technologies also in the roleplay. So.
All right.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, that's it. I just need to.
Wonderful. Well, I hope you keep that in mind, and I hope if you're interested, we can speak about that in the future.
Yes, as do I.
Wonderful.
Good day.
Norcia, how are you gonna call me out like that? You're not wrong. When I narrate what I'm typing, I type it really shittily. No one was supposed to notice that. No one was supposed to notice that, Norcia. God damn it. Fuck. France left NATO. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, they did. Yeah, you called me out of that. And yourself. We noticed nothing. Good. That didn't happen. I like the beard, feels bad, man. Nico, I am growing the beard out again, so you will see it just slowly become longer and longer and longer until I'm a wizard again, I promise. All right, we got a Diplo poster right out here. Let's do it. Italy, I don't know. It's in complete chaos. It's an AI, so. Healthcare crisis. That's not how you do healthcare. Healthcare crisis in China. The CCP has always maintained its purpose as serving the needs of China broadly. Yet, with the cultural reforms that came with the what the fuck were they called? Siemens things. No, the 3 representative thoughts. With the 3 thoughts, it is now more important to Chairman Zeman that the needs of the people are better taken care of. Jobs are widely available. as a new age of economic prosperity and growth is upon our nation. Yet many regular benefits are not given freely. As the hybrid model of modern China, defined as liberal market economics with Chinese socialistic tendencies, allows for more Western style policies to be adapted. Zeman formally announces the creation of a welfare system to provide capital influx to the rural and poorer regions of the Chinese economy. The government will provide a certain salary for all citizens, which, if it is not met through work, will be subsidized by the CCP. In addition, the healthcare system, which has been poor and inefficient in the past, will be reformed to provide a basic level of quality to all Chinese citizens, as well as free university education within China and abroad for anyone seeking to study in the health care field or any STEM related degree. A modern China requires reform and progress. Listen, I know type good, okay? I know it, you know it, we all know it. You don't need to call it out, okay? I know I don't type good. We don't talk about it. Swear to God. John, swear to God. All right. Need a good picture here. Let's get a fantastic picture of Zeman here. It's a GIF file, I swear to God. Fuck you! Fucking bullshit. That'll work. What this means, practically, in terms of the game, is that... Oh, we got done with a lot of stuff. That was a long write-up, to be honest. We're gonna continue to build up those mega cities since we're industrializing the coastal regions, of course. What this means practically is that we are going to provide for basic hospital subsidies. We are going to do free universally quality education, and we are going to do basic pensions for the elderly. And then in order to compensate for that really high cost, we are going to raise tax rates a little bit. 2% on corporations, and then 4% on the population tax rate, which will make our stability quite low, which is very unfortunate, but necessary. Good. Well, you better RP if it was written in Mandarin. 5 out of 10. Skova, I swear to fucking God. We don't talk about Fight Club and Hammurabi not typing good. Yes, exactly. That's 2 hydrates. All right, fine. I'll drink a bunch of water. That's really fizzy. More destroyers. We do need to work on getting some more modern ships here as well at some point, since we do want a really good blue water navy. I won't focus on carriers, but we are going to get a very big destroyer fleet. We'll develop Georgia.
Good day, Mr. Zimin.
Mr. Putin, this is an unexpected call. What can I do for you?
Yes. As you may know or notice, the Republic of China has embargoed my nation for semiconductor production, and it severely hurts our economy. And we were wondering if the People's Republic would made up for that in supplying us with your production of semiconductors.
You are aware that we produce almost no semiconductors, correct?
Oh, okay. That was actually out of a P. I didn't know.
I don't think so. Hold on, let me Google it. Let's get a little technical here. Semiconductor production by country. Yeah, so we produce very little.
Very little. Okay.
Hold on, let me look into it here. There is one company that does it, SMIC.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which was founded in 2000, so it is active. Let me look at their market cap right now. Or in this time period. Yeah, so, Mr. Putin, I do apologize. We do have an up-and-coming company known as SMIC, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, which is beginning to take some of the chip market away from Taiwan, the United States, and Europe. We would be open to exporting some to you, but I would need promises from your administration that you would not be involving yourself in this Ukrainian issue, as you have frankly caused a lot of harm to the Chinese partnerships we have with many international groups since you're a member of the SCO.
Understand, and I come with good news. I've spoken with my Ukrainian counterpart, and we are soon will be announcing peace talks, and this will also involve that Russia will give back Crimea to Ukraine. We have a plan to repair relations. We have completely pulled out of the Donbas region thing, of the Donbas region military actions, and we will repair relations with Ukraine. We will not get further involved. That's what I'm trying to say.
That is really good to hear. In that case, yes, we can approve semiconductor exporting to Russia. We would also ask behind closed doors, even when the situation is over, though, if we were to do this, that you exclusively import from China, unless you need more than what we can supply, in which case you're welcome to go further abroad. We're not asking for a monopoly, but since, we'd be willing to help you out in this situation, which could harm us economically, that you'd be willing to not just immediately renegotiate these contracts with the Republic of China government.
No, of course not. We will not renegotiate that.
Wonderful, and we do ask that you also keep that agreement behind closed doors, as we do wish to maintain a relationship with Taipei, of course.
Of course. Then splendid. Then I think we can do this deal.
Perfect. Then SMIC will be happy to put a lot of more quantity into production and export that to Russia, including the situation is dealt with properly.
Wonderful. I will prepare the papers and gonna make a news announcement that Russia will now be supplied by
Make sure in that news announcement you explicitly say that Chinese produced semiconductors are being exported, as we did get a call from the president of Taipei worried that we would export their semiconductors to you from China. So make sure you clarify that, please.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Then have a nice day.
You as well.
Thank you.
How's the Oregon market going, by the way? I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds like some fake news perpetrated by the West. When I played China, I did the Navy and it was fun as hell. Yeah, Chinese Navy is very strong if you build it right. We've only got an hour left of this game. Fucking hell. Where's the button for peace? For what do you mean? They have a Casus Belli on Taipei. We're not gonna use it though. Why did their flag change? Very strange. Is the Navy meta for my tutorial still handing up? Yes. I'm going to be putting out a new naval tutorial in around a month. The 1.7 update for Millennium Dawn, which comes out in September, is going to completely rework Navy. So I am going to also put out the Navy tutorial I've been promising for a while now. And it will change very dramatically. The meta will change. So keep your eyes out. I'm going to have 3 or 4 tutorials out for MD in September. So keep your eyes out for those. Oh, I'm really enjoying China. There's so much to do with China. I love playing China Millennium Dawn. They're such an interesting country. It's a lot of fun. There's just so many ways you can do it, which is so fun. I think a lot of countries are kind of, I wouldn't say railroaded, but you have limited options. But with China, you have a lot of options, and they're all really, really interesting. So, what's up, Scobie? Taipei declared independence? That's fair. In the roleplay, they've been independent for a while, so that's totally fine.
Greetings.
Hello there.
We'd like to discuss a possible Korean entering the sea after the SEO.
Ah, yes, of course.
We would just like to ask what the requirements would be, as the Korean economy has recently had a boom. We believe
you would need to obviously be willing to export, import, and cooperate with all of our SCO members. You would not be putting any extra tariffs onto any sort of good transferals. And you would be committed to development and mutual investment with other SCO members, especially those that are poorer than the other ones. The idea being, if we are going to build a market, unlike the EU, we can't make it lopsided, and we need to make sure that we properly develop all the members in order to have an economy that we can build mutually that will be prosperous together.
That is exactly what South Korea stands for. We can 100% agree to these.
Wonderful. That is fantastic to hear. In that case, we would ask that you have a conversation with the Russians, as they also share in the governance of the SCO, and assuming that they're on board, we'd be happy to formally write up a treaty and get you admission into the, obviously, the SCO.
Alright, I shall go speak to them now.
We'll go ahead and offer you a trade agreement as well, since you are, as far as we're concerned, absolutely perfect for our economic partnership.
We're in the middle of a meeting with Ukraine and Sudan. I'll wait a minute.
Wonderful. The problem is, after you play it, every other country feels weak. Sure, Tajid, but weak and strong is, you know, always relative to the skill of the player and then the natural benefits that the country has, geographically, economically, historically, whatever else you want to talk about, you know? So... Man, the Kuomintang have no power anymore. You wish you had more space for the news generator. That's fair, John. You can just go ahead and write up a news post that's like not related to the breaking news, though. You can just do like a post, you know? That's what I do mainly. Russia and the People's Republic of China have struck a new economic deal. Mainland China will from now on be the main supplier of all semiconductors that Russia needs. The newly established company SMIC operates and runs via mainland China. Thank you. Wonderful. I said 5, didn't I? Why is Novorossiya a puppet of Ukraine? I assume it was something to do with the peace treaty. So they were allowed to remain independent, just a puppet of Ukraine, I think is how that went. I want to make paratroopers. No. They're abusable, so I don't use them. When you can, world conquest is fucking Luxembourg in a base game, weak nations snowball fast. Exactly. It's all based on skill. Welcome to the union where everyone participates based on their economic strength. Germany. Fuck. Don't you know, as an EU member, you are legally obligated to uphold the Mediterranean economies. It's a requirement. I'm gonna go grab some ibuprofen. I have a headache. I'll be right back.
He is President Erdogan of the Republic of Turkey. I hope that I'm not bothering you, Chairman. Zimin. Okay, I will come later again. Here are your Turkish delights. Thanks.
I wish I was able to join this game as I slept through it, and IDK, I could have joined next session. It's fair. Don't really want to start an argument, but don't you think the raid on Trump's house was a little bit stupid and really unprovoked? That man had got himself nuclear documents, which, to the fact that he's being investigated under the Espionage Acts, makes me think that he was probably trying to sell them. It does seem like there's some possibilities that he was trying to get them to the Saudis or something, so... Do I think that a president should be exempt from being able to steal nuclear documents from the United States government? No, not really. We should probably at least see what he was doing with it, don't you think? Okay, we have a lot more dockyards now. I'm going to start to make some more corvettes as well. There we go. We have a lot of dockyards now. Let's look at our factory count total. We're getting really far up there now. We have 331 civs, we have 27 mills, we have 72 office complexes, and 30 dockyards. We are going to start to build a military industrial complex soon, so we can start to export weapons and get our own when needed. We will do that probably... I could put that into motion right now, because we need 80 to be able to build, what are they called? To go down part of our focus tree, which is really unfortunate. I really hate that they did that. I really disagree with that. What is required in the focus tree for China, which I really hate, it's the one part of the Chinese focus tree I really don't like, is in order to go down and get into like your automobile focus tree, your navy, your space, your electronics, all that stuff. You have to get this, which requires 75 military factories. I really don't like that, but so to go down here and do some stuff we're going to want to do later on, we will need to get those. They have searched clothes that were hung up in his closet, though. You never know where things are hidden, my man. Oh, Turkey was here? That's fine. Yeah, considering Trump's willingness to basically just give away state secrets and his clear need for money, because he's probably broken a lot of debt, that is such that we probably need to make sure that he wasn't selling documents to foreign countries or hiding incriminating documents, so. The fact that the DOJ actually raided Mar-a-Lago suggests that something really big is going on, so I at least want to see what's happening. If it turns out that DOJ was just on a, you know, like a snipe hunt or something, then that's a very different conversation, but all the evidence points to the fact that, again, he had some really bad stuff that he shouldn't have had, so. Yep. Turkey came by? Alright, we'll go talk to him in a minute.
Hello, Mr. Oh boy. Young Zemin, right?
Greetings. Yes, what can I do for you?
Yes. This is Petroshenko. I'm coming to the end of my term. As such, I would like to ask, not even ask, I would like to plead with China for help. You have had good relations with us since the formation of our country, especially with your aircraft carrier, the Liaoning, and the previous investments. We would be wondering if the Chinese would be willing to reinvest the civilian economy into the war-torn regions of the Ukraine.
That would be, I would have to ask formally though, what is your current relationship with Mr. Putin and Russia, as they are fellow members of the SCO right now?
We are currently working towards a reapproachment with Russia. We received an apology. They were only doing what they thought was right. They have returned Crimea. We did a little bit of siphoning of American equipment, you know, haha.
Indeed.
We actually are now the largest holder of American-made tanks and planes outside of the America. But yes, following that little incident we had with the Donbass Rising, and we now realize the regions that we've been developing for the last 6 years may not have been worth the military gain we achieved.
Given that you are approaching currently with Russia, we would be open to investment to help you overcome the recent economic strife I'm sure your country has been undergoing. China is trying to stay neutral in this whole affair, but development of Ukraine in the post-war era is something that we are not opposed to. The game is really lagging for me. Give me a second. I actually have maxed out projects right now, so you will have to wait until China does have the developmental capacity to invest, but once we have that capacity, we will definitely invest in you.
May I tell you the secret roleplay that was big brain out of roleplay?
Yes, but after this game.
Okay. I shall speak with you later then. Goodbye, Mr. Zemin.
You as well. I already consider him a traitor, but there's not here or there, but yeah, Turkey came back for you. Yeah, January 6th to me, in my eyes, was a coup, so I also feel the same. I hate the fact that Trump had massive Russian sympathies because viewed as a conspiracy, like it's really the most obvious thing in the world. I really don't understand how people can honestly just, like, pretend like he's not in bed with Putin. They're very good friends. It's not even, like, something that's debatable. They are well known to be good friends. They really like each other, or at least Trump likes Putin, and Putin likes what he can get out of Trump, so, yeah. Also, one thing, we had a decent economy under him, which was inflated as hell, and gas is hitting more and more expensive because Biden is selling out oil and gas reserves. That's not how basic economics works, my man. The recession that we are currently undergoing has been really in the works since 2008. A lot of people, I think, will always blame the current economic state on the current president, which again is just not really, it doesn't make any sense. When you implement economic policy, it takes years for it really to take effect, unless it's emergency measures, and even that sometimes really doesn't make itself properly known for quite a long period of time. I'm not going to sit here and blame all of the current economic situation on Trump. It's not accurate. He just did what everyone else has been doing. The current recession, our current inflation troubles are related to a lot of things. The recession primarily is, even while COVID would have happened, we didn't really solve the issue that came out of 2008. We didn't allow a stable recession to happen 5 years ago, which should have happened under the Trump administration, and really should have been allowed in the early days of Biden's administration, but COVID made that complicated. That combined with COVID and the breakdown of the global supply chain, the inflation crisis, which was resulted from COVID, the stimulus, to be fair, though that was really needed. I don't think there's really any moral argument to be made for not handing out those stimulus checks besides, you know, basic Republican austerity measures, which I don't find to be very useful. And then, of course, the housing bubble in China, which is blowing up right now. So I think to suggest that the current economic situation is due to Biden is fucking, no offense, man, it just doesn't make any sense. It's more complicated than that. Economics are really fucking complex. It's a bunch of stupid systems that we invented that somehow kind of work. And to suggest that gas prices are the result of Biden is silly. To suggest that the current economy is based on Biden is also silly. It's just too long-term of a thing, and it's too complex. Did Biden do things to help make it a little bit worse? Yes. I would say a lot of that was due to the fact that Republicans wouldn't work with him to pass the proper stimulus bills to bring back jobs and get the economy going again. So I think to suggest that it was just Biden when he had a Congress that wouldn't work with him, primarily Republicans. And I'm not saying just pass whatever he wanted, but they needed to cooperate with him for the economy at the very least, but they didn't, because Republicans are now in the mindset that they will never make deals to stop to stop Democrats. An example of that would be the fucking burn pits bill, which has gotten a lot of popularity because Jon Stewart advocated for it, where Republicans killed a bill that was to basically help wounded fucking veterans from the fucking Iraq war, and they killed that bill just to say fuck you to Democrats. Fuck that, man. So anyway, I don't agree with that, man, at all. This recession's been in the works since 1976. It's been in the works for a long time. Man, I don't want to start ranting too much here because we're in an RP game, but like,
yeah, I'm trying to do RP.
You can't expect the economy to always be in an upward turn, and every politician wants it to always be going up so he looks good in the polls, but it's not how that works, and all the presidents fuck it up that way. But anyway, we're done with this. Hello there.
Hello. As to show our gratitude for joining the SEO, we would like to invest 4 office sectors into Beijing, or not Beijing.
Are you wanting mutual investment, or is this going to be one-sided?
It would be appreciated, but it's
of course, we currently are maxed out on our construction projects, but when we have some freed up and we made promises to the Ukrainians, we would be happy to invest into Korea some more. As a fellow SCO member now, we do view it as being very important that we invest and build up the economies of our fellow SCO members.
I should have sent over the paperwork for that now.
Wonderful, we got that, and we have approved that construction in the capital. Thank you for that very much, President Dong Young. It's always a pleasure. And welcome firmly to the SCO. I assume your talks then went very well with Mr. Putin and the Russians?
Yes, and the Russians also told me to tell you that India is looking to join the SCO and could be coming to you pretty soon.
Really? That is surprising, but very welcome news.
Yes, Russia has backed their entering.
China would have no issues with it. We have made historical treaties with them recently, and their joining of the SCO will only make this organization stronger economically. So that is joyous news to hear. China, Russia, South Korea, and India working together is a very powerful economic zone. I'm sure you would agree.
Yes, I do. Now, good day. I have to return to Korea. Because
good day.
30 days.
Have a safe flight back.
My country will either explode or unite.
The consequences of prior precedents will always be blamed on the current president because the elephants and donkeys hate each other and are focused on one-upping each other. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing. Like, if currently we had Trump in charge and we had a really bad economy, I wouldn't be blaming that on Trump. I would still be blaming on the same conditions which have resulted in our current economic situation, which is decades of poor economic management and a system that prioritizes just excessive growth over stable economics. It's more complicated than that, but that's one of the bigger factors, so yeah, it's a fun one. You gotta follow Num Sabia Dessa. Thank you for that. But yeah, that's a hot topic. But Scobie, yeah, I'm not trying to be an asshole to you, but I really disagree with you, man. I'm gonna make that very clear. But I know we are very, very different politically, which is fine. You have your perspective, I have mine. Okay. Let's go some more on counterintelligence. And then I think a conversation with the Indians is definitely warranted. Is there anything else I wanted to do? We're going to go down and strengthen ties with ASEAN, and then once we do that, I am going to formally start to move towards incorporating ASEAN directly into the SCO, given our really close relationship with many of those countries. Speaking of which, can we give out any more economic aid to them? Let's see. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Oh well, worth a try. The stands are usually always open to economic support. Damn. How did Ukraine get its territory back? There was a peace deal negotiated, which I haven't read about. If you want to look into it, John, you can check the tier news statements in the Discord, and I'm sure there's probably been a post about the peace deal in there. But right now, because we only have half hour left in the game, I want to go speak with India. We'll give developmental assistance to all the other members of the SCO. Pay the parcels. The parcel islands hold great strategic value in the South China Sea and give us access to lucrative resource extraction opportunities. Despite the benefits of maintaining our de facto control over the parcels, we should consider the possibility of sharing these resources with Vietnam through joint development zones, or even giving up control completely in order to negotiate the ends of the current dispute. We're going to share them. We'll do that. Outright giving them to Vietnam is not an option, but sharing them jointly and cooperating with them would be very nice. All right, so Brunei needs to like us a bit more, and Indonesia needs to like us a bit more. Let's look. We'll work on that real quick. He's all the way down at the deepest depths of hell. Who is? Interesting that Russia gave Ukraine Crimea because the Russian constitution does not allow giving away territory once it becomes part of the Russian Federation. Yes, but all laws are changeable. Increased development assistance. Our current development efforts can be improved upon further to accelerate economic growth in SCO member states, which improves the development assistance decisions that we've been doing. Bhutan wishes to be an observer, sure. No, I haven't spoken with Turkey. We need to do that too, don't we? All right, we'll head to Turkey, and then we'll come back to India on that trip here. They're not busy. Yeah, they are very busy. There's a big talk currently going on in Russia. We'll lead them to it. And then India's also busy, so we'll have to wait on both of those talks, actually. Oh, Merkel's apparently criticizing the French. There's a big split in Europe right now. France left NATO, and apparently Germany and France are becoming kind of very at odds right now in the EU, so that's interesting. I know, John, I know. I'll go back, but they're busy in another talk right now, so we kind of gotta wait on that. I'll keep an eye on their VCs, and when they're not busy, we'll go speak with them. How's our status looking? Yeah, we're gonna be a superpower probably next session. We're already getting pretty close. Yes, it is, John. Up to 407 factories, really more, because it doesn't count office complexes. Our total factory count is currently 488 factories total. So, we're in a deficit too. We'll have to raise taxes a little bit then, unfortunately. Do you think government attempts to get the national economy back on track through the invitation of international companies and strengthening of local and regional economic sectors with the usage of governmental investments? Ethiopia has approached our Ministry of Finance with a request to grant further governmental loans to the Ethiopian industry and economic development sector. It seems as if we have little to gain for our government, but our business people are warning us that if we don't grant loans to Ethiopia, somebody else will. And if our businesses are rejected due to the hostile stance towards the country, somebody else's company will accept. We'll go ahead and grant them loans. Primarily for political reasons. New Zealand has applied for SCO membership. Wow, okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Well, we need so much PP to unite. Yes, it's a lot. France left NATO. What are you gonna do? Be swallowed by the Brits and the Germans? Well, no. I mean, this is the modern world, so he's not just gonna get eaten, hopefully. The Kiwis are joining you. This is truly the darkest timeline. They're emerging outlook, that's why. They've got reactionaries in charge. Oh man, this is a pretty interesting game. Man, so many mega VC calls right now. We may just be hanging out for most of the rest of the game here. We got around 20 minutes left. Good. We have good relations with all the Asian countries. So we are going to be able to incorporate Asian into the SCO, which we've been laying the groundwork for a while by massively investing in those countries, getting rid of our claims on the South China Sea, and generally investing heavily into them. Can't wait for Moat RP post midweek that we're in the actual game, and it's impossible to understand why this happened. Yeah, me too. There's been so much happening in this game, it's been hard to keep track of everything. That's for sure. There's the big ones. Our factory count is going up so quickly. What's our GDP? How's it compared to the American GDP? $13 trillion? versus 20 trillion. We're not far off. Their GDP per capita is way higher, but their GDP, it's actually not that far from us. We're catching up. I'll do a post about this after the game, about how our economy's doing so well. $1.5? Oh, that's not bad at all. South Korea's got a very strong economy. You're one of the Asian tigers, so you should. I got a waiting list for a dog breeder to buy 7 dogs, all girls, if I can, all just so I can be as efficient as possible with bird hunting. That's cool, man. It's a fun hobby. That's pretty good, what the? Yeah, you got a 3 trillion economy. Bangladesh has just absolutely gone through the roof. That's wild. As soon as this one is done, we're going to do strengthen Asian ties, and then we'll be able to incorporate Asian into the SCO. And then I'm really just waiting on us to get 75 mils so that we can go start to work on our automobile industry and then aerospace. While we're waiting, we're going to work on the Belt and Road Initiative. Next session, we're going to do the Belt and Road Initiative. Session 3 will be the Belt and Road Initiative, and then we're going to start an automobile industry and then probably start a space program. So next session, next Saturday, things will start to really heat up. Strengthen Asian ties. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations exists in part to counter our influence in the region, mainly for that. Having peacefully resolved the disputes that caused our neighbors to fear us, the Asian member states should be less suspicious of our intentions going forward. No, we're gonna develop our own domestic cars. When we go down the automobile path, we're gonna do domestic development, and then we're gonna export electric cars. What's wrong with Toyota? We have completed our naval doctrine, so we can stop training our navy now. $150 ships. Our navy's gotten very strong. We're probably around, maybe getting close to half the fleet size as the US, but then again, we don't have any other battleships or carriers, or their modern tech, so. Yeah, Chevys are pretty unreliable. Then again, I drive a Ford, so I can't talk. I've put almost $1,000 into repairing my car in the last month. It's just ridiculous. All my money has gone in my car lately. It sucks so bad. Good. I am gonna move the timeline up on these. Fords are great, but Subaru is better. Subaru is really good. Fords are okay. They get talked shit on a lot, but they're not bad. They're just not great either. They're not as unreliable as like a Chevy, but 18 minutes. Do we have time? See if the Indians are still in that meeting. They are. Wow. All right. We may have to just go butt into that meeting, to be honest, and try and see if we can talk to them. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
Hey, yo, chat.
Domestic independence impacts your power status.
Greeting.
Hello there.
As I know the SEO Termites is not read this, but as an SEO member, I would like to ask, since Korea is looking to expand its space program, we were wondering if we could study the Chinese space programs as an example to build our own.
Given that we are in the early days of our own space program development, those are security need to know schematics. So unfortunately, although we'd be happy to give you the tour of our facilities and provide some really basic assistance to you, the more secure technologies that the CCP utilizes for their space program are not on the table, unfortunately. That's the one part of our technology that we are not willing to share.
Understand.
We will give you some out help if you would like, but we're not going to just, you know, hand out all of our long march schematics or anything like that, you know.
It's understandable.
Of course.
Now about K-pop touring China.
I do hope you're joking. I mean, it already is in China, but what exactly are you suggesting? Did he leave? Yeah, he left. I swear to God, Chicky. Okay. Oh my God, India's still in that goddamn meeting. You have a focus for that? Oh wow, I did not know that. Okay, that's fair, I guess. We have so much money. Do we have any investment slots left? Yeah, we do. We promised investment in Ukraine, so we'll do that. Then we will invest in South Korea.
Hello, Mr. Chairman Zemin. I've come to thank you for your investment in.
Of course, we did finally have some freed up, so we wanted to do put that into you as we promised.
I must ask you a black books matter, Mr. Zemin. And this is no assault on your integrity by any means, but do you truly reverse engineer equipment? As I have acquired many of the United States' Abrams tanks, as well as their F-16s. Possibly there could be a deal of some technology transfer.
If you would be willing to... China has, I will be honest, most of the technologies involved in those very old models of American military equipment, but we would be interested in perhaps purchasing some of them if they have technological components that we don't already have on our books.
Yes. Do you have the technology acquired from the C block of F-16s yet?
We do not. We would be very interested in purchasing that. What do you have in mind?
I would be willing to offer you 10 out of the 57 that we have. Or, actually, for the sake of good numbers, I will give you 7.
We only need 1, as you say. We're only interested in the technological components that we could utilize for our own technologies.
Then yes, I would be willing to offer you the schematics, or not schematics, but a block of their newest Striker, their newest F-16, as well as their newest MRLS system called the HIMARS.
We could do that. Again, what cost are you thinking about here? That's our major concern.
Do you have military-industrial complex?
Nope.
Fuck! Why does no one that wants to invest in me have it? 3 civs anywhere would be fine.
It's agreeable.
Splendid. Good black books work. I believe the way of the black book is becoming the way of Ukraine.
We look forward to gaining new technologies from what you have given to us. Is there anything else I can do for you, President Poroshenko?
No, sir. Thank you very much for your time and investments.
Thank you.
We feel free to come and investigate the pleasantries of Odessa sometime. We're recently have joined a joint Turkish offer to create tourism in the wonderful beaches of the Black Sea.
That's good to hear, and I wish you all the best with your endeavors.
Yes, thank you. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Alright, we'll do equal partners. Even if we started to overtake the Russians in a lot of areas, we still have much to learn from the former superpower. It serves our interest better to keep Russia on side than to alienate and antagonize them. And then from there, we'll do Asian integration. Which is huge, because in the SCO, we'll make up a large portion of Asia at that point. Especially considering that India, South Korea, and New Zealand are also going to become members. That's absolutely huge. Let's see if we can get any more influence over these countries. We have a lot of capital right now. They're not very interested in our money, it seems. Well, except for North Korea. But to be fair, they are just in abject poverty, so they could definitely use it. See if Georgia wants it. Georgia is also in the SCO now, so.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. A quick announcement coming from Angela Merkel.
Yes.
France has been suspended from the EU, and if they come using the European Union's name, they have nothing to do with us.
You do know that in order to expel a nation from the European Union, that requires, like, I believe an almost unanimous vote, right?
Yes, but they broke the Article 11 of Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union.
Fair.
Section 1 and 2.
Fair.
So, they are not, if they come to you in a European Union names, that is not correct. So just a quick heads up.
Sounds good. Also, we are going to stop at 5, right, in 6 minutes?
In 6 minutes, yeah. Oh, it's 5. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I know,
My
yeah.
time is
No.
okay, yeah, in 6 minutes I'll be on it.
Cool, sounds good.
Right.
Hello, is President Erdogan of Turkey.
President Erdogan, good to hear from you. I understood you called me while I was in the bathroom. You understand that it's a very stressful job, and I spend quite a lot of time there these days. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, this is no problem, because we now have the time to talk.
Of course, what can I do for you?
Mr. Zemin, I'm here to tell you about the fact that Turkey is an observer status right now for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
We are aware of that.
And our economy is growing like never before. My reforms and diplomatical and economical actions helped my nation very much from the weak governments of the Kemalists leaders before me.
Of course.
And this shall continue. And I want to share this glorious economical future with the people of China and with all of the other members of the Shanghai Organization. And I just want to tell you that I'm taking this very serious and that I plan to apply for a full member status in the next months.
China does view Turkey as a good friend of Beijing's, as well as a mutual friend of Moscow. And as such, we would be happy to have you in the SCO as it continues to grow. We do have associate status now of India, South Korea, New Zealand, and I would like to say that we are in negotiations with ASEAN to dissolve that entity and to incorporate them into the SCO. So this economic organization is about to get very big indeed. I assume you're okay with that?
Of course.
As well as Georgia, of course, which is on your own border.
Of course. I mean, we live in a world where we need to cooperate with each other. And
absolutely.
It's important that our economies are kind of connected to each other for the best outcome for
Well,
everyone.
to celebrate this this situation, we would invite you formally to apply for SCO membership, and as a part of that, we'd like to offer you the opportunity for mutual investment if Turkey has the capacity for that at present.
Of course. I mean, when I look at my treasuries right now, I will be very serious to you. We have still a lot of debts from the governments behind me and from all of the actions from me. I took a lot of debt to get investments, which I find is the true way. But I would still be ready for mutual investments with the People's Republic of China, and this is a sign of my will and of my engagement.
How much is Turkey willing to do?
I would say 100 billion.
Wonderful. China will spend 112 and we'll call it even then.
Very beautiful, thank you. We appreciate it.
We hope that Chinese direct investment into Ankara through Chinese companies will expedite the process of your GDP increasing and your ability to pay off all that debt that we now do see that you have.
Yeah.
And if you ever need that debt renegotiated into low interest rates through the Chinese Development Fund, do not hesitate to ask, as we do provide that service.
No, thank you. I will think about it, actually. Thanks. Do you want them to be civilian factories?
If you're able to do office complexes, we would prefer those.
Perfect, okay. I gave you 108 billion.
Perfect.
The 8 billion are a gift from me personally.
That is good to hear. Then in that case, we will be able to develop ourselves together.
Perfect, Mr. Zemin. We have a lot of great restaurants in Istanbul, and I want you and your beautiful wife to come to Istanbul as long as you feel ready.
As soon as we take a proper Asian tour, which I do hope to do before my retirement, I would be honored to stop by Ankara, and hopefully you can show me some of the best Turkish delights in your great capital.
Of course. And some beautiful buildings from the glorious Ottoman Empire, if you don't mind.
Of course. I am a man interested in history, so I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you for these fruitful talks. I wish the best for the Chinese people.
And you, President Erdogan.
Thank you.
We built up all our infrastructure. We built up all of our networks. Almost all of them. There we go. There's one left. We're in really good shape right now. Who would have known that slow economic development would have made China into a superpower quicker than just being aggressive? Weird. We're going to start a little bit early on that one. Jake, are you recruiting people to top 11? That game is... Oh, man. Jake, you about to get sponsored by top 11, I swear. 1 minute left. All right, we're about to end this game. So this has been really good. We've developed a lot. We have... Oh, man. We have over 500 factories now. Our GDP is almost close to America's. We are very, very wealthy, very powerful. The SCO is now massive. It will include Turkey, Georgia, Russia, all Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, India, Bangladesh, all of the Asian, including Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia. It will also include, of course, New Zealand and South Korea. So the SCO is about to be an economic power that could potentially even rival the EU and go far beyond it in the future. So we're in really good shape right now, which is a great place to end. Come next session, we are going to pursue automobile development in our country. We'll also go after the Belt and Road Initiative, and we will develop an aerospace program as well as start manufacturing high-tech products as opposed to just simple manufacturing exports. So next session should be very interesting. We'll finish with Asian integration. The unspoken function of Asian was to balance against our influence, so our efforts to improve relations with Asian member states and their distrust of us means that there is only one now way is clear to integrate Asian into the SCO, significantly boosting the membership of our organization. And on that, session ends. All right, let's go find someone to raid. Do I know anyone streaming? Let's see if there's anyone streaming anything interesting. I had to go anyway, going over to my friends to get a B. Oh, bars are fun. Play how to shoot. That'll be fun. Quaz is not going to stream after Jakey. I asked him about that earlier. See if there's any good Hoi streamers. Oh, Feedback streaming. All right, Feedback. I really like Feedback Gaming, man. His YouTube videos are so good. We will rate him. I'm actually not following Feedback Gaming's Twitch channel, so I'll do that. Yeah, he's fantastic. Great guy. Feedback, if you want good YouTube guys, check out his YouTube channel. He's a cool dude, so we're gonna rate him. I will be back tomorrow streaming some EU4 roleplay, and then I will be back next Wednesday with some Dungeons and Dragons. So hope you guys enjoyed. Have a very good night. I didn't hit the raid button already. I was talking like the stream's like literally about to end when I haven't even hit the raid button.
Would you like to hear before you end
As
the stream?
soon as I am done with my stream, because I am raiding right now. I will tell you that Feedback's way more entertaining than I am, of course. I'd watch Feedback over myself every fucking day of the week. Are you fucking kidding me, Jakey? Goddamn. All right, have a good night, guys.
We talk about 1930s, they're all the racist guy. Is the rocket artillery actually any good? I feel like people are using it more often. Once again, another one topics I want to be making a video out of.
You good now?
No, it's not very good.
1 second.